Do you want to put your chess skills to the test? Now it's your move. Welcome to the world's largest chess tournament. You can look forward to the Grenke Chess Open with prize money of €70,000 and the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with prize money of €215,000 and a place in the 2027 FIDE Freestyle Chess World Championship. This is your chance to compete against the best players in the world, such as Magnus Carlsen and Vincent. Are you ready?
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to start run number 3 at the Grenke Chess Festival here in Karlsruhe. Non-stop action is ahead of us. That's how it is. That's how it's gonna be. And the excitement and the good games are coming. They are guaranteed. My partner in crime, Alexander Donchenko, is here with me. I'm Peter Leko, and we are ready to cover all the action. Alex, please tell me, what did you make of today's second round?
Well, we already saw that some of the favorites had to work really, really hard to win their games. We saw some, let's say, unusual things happen, most notably in Rauf Mamedov's game.
Yeah, don't do this. Don't do this. Forget about it. Let's all learn thanks to Rauf, and then Rauf will become everyone's hero.
Hopefully, yeah. And we saw that most of the favorites in the end managed to win. Some draws in general, but still, most of them are at the top. And here we see all the results from the top games as well. Lenier Dominguez was the only one of the top 8 who did not win, but still he made a draw, and the draw in the second round isn't the end of the world. So everyone is still very much in contention.
Yes, and then already maybe we can speculate a little about the pairings, because we do know the pairings, but we don't yet have the graphics for it, I believe. But I think you are the man to tell. You know everything. So can you reveal? Wow, we have Luc van Wely playing against?
Playing against Nepo.
Exactly. What an incredible matchup this is. Arvin Vaikanze?
Well, we could be time traveling in Vaikanze, perhaps. Luke from like 20 years ago, and Nepo from whenever he last played, yeah?
Yes. Wow. King Luke, Lucky boy, yeah, how you want to call him. Everyone's favorite, an incredible charismatic person, a fantastic guy. I think I played my very first game with him in '92. Oh my God, did I just say 1992? we started blitzing. I think our first classical game in a tournament was in '94, but we started blitzing, we started spending time together already back then. I was 12. Yeah, those days.
Yeah, you see, he seems to be in good spirits.
Always.
Yeah, and we already see, like him, there are many other very serious and accomplished grandmasters on the top boards as the underdogs this time already. So I think we will definitely see some upsets this round, at the very least in terms of draws.
Yeah, Maxime Lagarde facing off against Magnus Carlsen on the top board. Bortnik is here. It is so nice to see him here, because he's the player who is very often crushing the Freestyle Friday tournament, and he's leading that qualification race. There also, basically there he has an advantage, because he is probably specialized on this. He has incredible online skills. He's very good at, and he plays every single weekend, while of course top players have some other priorities when they are playing tournaments. So it's very interesting to see how he does here in over the board. We know that he's very creative. Basically, freestyle suits him perfectly. Probably you know him even better.
No, I don't know him that well, because he's mostly playing if he plays over the board, he plays the American events. So it is good to see him here for a change. And in general, he is very much an online specialist. But we will see. So far, it has translated well. He started 2 out of 2. And now he gets a shot at the big guys. So I think he's definitely a dangerous player to look out for.
Yes, and there is also, I think, Vincent Keimer against Georg Mayer.
Yeah.
His good friend. He has been teammates all together playing in Dezhou those days, together shoulder and shoulder against all the top teams. So yeah, they are also sharing a lot of history. And Niklas Huschenbeth on the stage, I believe, against Jan Krzysztof Duda. That will be also a very special game to follow.
And I actually checked a little further down below as well. And your favorite, Yusupov, also with 2 out of 2, he will be playing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Exactly. I met Artur at the elevator. We were coming down together and asked him, Artur, because I did not know the pairings at that moment, whom are you playing? And he said, well, I'm playing Maxime Vachier. And I said, oh, what a disappointment. He looked like, why? Because I wanted to see you on the stage already. And we agreed that he should face Magnus Carlsen in the last round. That was my conclusion. Artur was smiling a little bit, not 100% sure if that's realistic, but yeah, we are all rooting for him. Of course, also for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's a brilliant player who probably wants to get the title here. He has quite some ambitions.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been a top player for a long time, and he certainly comes here looking to win.
Yeah, as so many others, yeah. We talked about it already, yeah, what a tournament it is. There are really so many players. Basically, I would argue that if not Magnus wins the tournament, then almost anyone else, like the 20 players, have more or less the same chances of winning. Do you share this sentiment? It's just a feeling, but...
Yeah, I would say so. Let's say if there are the top 20 who can win, then we can give Magnus like the 10% share of this pie, and then we have to split the rest more or less evenly. Simply because anyone at this level, if they're having a run, it's very, very difficult to stop.
And where is Huschenbeth? Duda is waiting.
Hopefully he will not be late, yeah?
And yeah, Hans Niemann plays with Bortnik. Yeah, that's an American duel there.
Yeah, we see most players are already at the board.
But does Bortnik already represent the United States or still Ukraine?
I think he had the Ukrainian flag in the pairings. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but I would assume so.
Yes, because he lives in Charlotte. Yes, of course. We know there's this incredible chess center in Charlotte. You have played many of their tournaments, I believe.
Yeah.
You are regular there. I'm coming for summer camps. I'm really a big fan of what they are doing.
Yeah, it is a real chess hotspot.
And the players are there.
At least most of them.
Most of them. Well, we know that Nyepo is there. He's just, he ran behind the stage.
Yeah, oh, and here we go. I believe this is Sven Noppes, the chief organizer, who will announce the start of the round.
And Niklas Huschenbeth. There you go, Niklas. Wow.
Ein Vertreter der Firma, mit deren Uhren wir hier alle hier im Raum spielen, den neuen Geschäftsführer der Firma DGT, Martin Kollen. Herzlich willkommen. Bevor wir loslegen, darf ich noch ein paar Themen bekannt geben. Für alle die Fans von The Big Greek sind, Georgios Solaidis, der gibt um 18 Uhr am Bücherstand eine Autogrammstunde. Da dürfen alle vorbeikommen und mit ihm Fotos, Selfies und so weiter machen. Um 21 Uhr gibt es dann die Kinoaktion. Ich glaube, wir sind ausverkauft. Vielleicht gibt es noch eine Handvoll Tickets. Am liebsten dann gleich vorne fragen. Gerade hinter der Bühne waren die Kinder vom Chess Tigers Kids Club. Die dürfen gleich noch auf die Bühne, um Fotos zu machen, und jeder, der Interesse hat an dem Tonikum, das auf den Brettern ausliegt, das Tonikum gibt es für jeden eine Gratisflasche. Am Servicepunkt darf man gerne mitnehmen. Genießen Sie es. Peter Leko und Alexander Donschenko kommentieren heute wieder live fürs Netz. Klaus Bischoff neben der VIP-Lounge im Kommentierungsbereich und ich wünsche Ihnen viel Spaß. Martin?
So, jetzt müssen wir noch mal kurz die Stellung natürlich auslosen und dafür haben wir heute den David extra zu Gast hier. Erstmal einen Riesenapplaus für den David. So, der hat heute die Auslosung gewonnen und dann wollen wir jetzt mal begehen. Alle sind gespannt. Das ist die Nummer 53.
53.
Nummer
Position number 53.
53. Einmal gucken, ob die Technik das gleich zeigen kann. Dann können wir gleich auch, sobald die Stellung da ist, dass alle am Brett sind. Und dann gibt gleich der Sven die Runde frei.
Bitte alle zügig die Bretter aufbauen beim Freestyle-Bereich. Warte. Kannst einfach nochmal stehen bleiben, um Fotos am Brett. Ufuk, du gibst mir wieder ein Zeichen, wenn wir bei der Technik soweit sind. Dankeschön. Die Partien sind frei. Viel Spaß.
And we have liftoff. It is position number 53. What does it mean, actually, number 53? So the king is on g1, queen is on f1. So one more time, it is kind of easy, relatively easy for white to do the short castle business by activating the queen from f1. There is also the argument, do we want to castle at all if white has this h4 possibility? We have been seeing this. And what about evaluation of the computer 035 and the moves e4 best by test?
Yeah, we see that, again, with the bishops where they are and the rook behind the central pawn, this standard e4, d4 moves are considered best. Neutral move knight b3 also up there. And we'll see. In general, this feels closer to the position we had in the first round than the one that we had this morning.
I would like to highlight one thing, that I've been following chess and being part in the chess world for quite some time already, but I have never seen a ceremonial first move played without pieces. Yeah, there were only pawns in the position, and the move c2, c4 had been played. Now, I'm pretty sure that Magnus, having been critical of the first move c4 in his first game today, will not be thinking about going c4. Yeah, it is very much the spirit of going e4, I believe.
Yeah,
kind of
e4 feels very natural. It opens up all the pieces that you can with one move, and potentially also prepares to get the queen out to enable short castle if necessary. So, I mean, there is an argument to be for d4 in case you want to prevent e5, like e4, e5 with some kind of symmetry. That's probably why Magnus is considering it at the moment.
Yeah, and I think like nobody has really made the move. Okay, if Nepo would have had the white pieces, most probably would have already seen the first move.
I think Nepo actually already played a move, or at least I saw him push
they
the
already
clock.
Played, yeah? So it means that Luki has picked up the challenge. Yeah. No,
they haven't.
no.
Okay, then I just saw incorrectly.
Yeah, he is just walking around, and I believe this is absolutely justified for the players, because this is a very tricky kind of position that it's easy for us commentators calling out, yes, e4, it's very natural, but then, as you highlighted, Alex, already, that after e4, e5 is a question, that what do we do next? And before you have an answer to that, you don't want to compromise your first move already. I have seen also Nyepo looking around like not a single first move. Look at this. Everyone is smiling. Bortnik is smiling like nobody dares to make a move.
Hans is smiling on the inside.
Yes, he doesn't want to. There was also this funny camera angle before the start of the round where we could see Vincent Keimer and Georg Mayer exchanging a smile by looking at the audience and looking at the playing hall like, look at this. It's fully packed. There are thousands of players, and exactly with two friends had to be facing each other in round 3. Vincent is also taking his time.
Yeah. I think Vincent will make a move within a minute or two.
No. You think so? No.
I would think so, yes.
I have encouraged him back then. Now I'm not giving him any advices anymore because I feel like he knows much better, and even then he knew much better. But wow, Niklas Huschenbeth on our top boards is the first person who dared to make a move. It should have been e4, right? Knowing that he's an e4 player.
Niklas is an e4 guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me jump right in there to see.
There we go.
To get the confirmation. Yes. E2, E4, that's our man, Niklas Huschenbeth. We have been covering so much of all these freestyle Grand Slam Tour events together with Judith Polgar, an incredible team. It was a pleasure, honor to be part of it and doing the commentary together. And he sticks to it. Let's go E4. Yesterday he was also kind of saying that I should have played E4, no? Because he did not play E4, and then he regretted it very much despite getting quite a promising position.
Yes, indeed. And here he decides to lead the charge, and we will see who will follow in his footsteps, because people also, even especially if they're thinking for 10 minutes on move 1, they realize slowly what the other players are doing.
I think there is also probably up till now only one big masterclass on freestyle chess, which was created by Niklas. So he did spend quite some time.
We see a second move, I believe, and third. Oh yeah, now the floodgates have opened. People are starting out, and it's not all e4.
Yeah, that's great. Ah, wow, that's d4, d5.
Yeah,
Benjamin Bock.
It was, I believe, Aravind against Benjamin Bock. Yeah.
Yes, also a great pairing there. Nobody has easy games anymore.
Bortnik also choosing one e4, and there we have look. Your guy, he's deviating from what we have seen.
Yeah, but everyone sticks to his guns, right? Niklas Huschenbeth, famous e4 player, Luki, famous d4 player.
Bortnik also an e4 player.
Bortnik also e4 player. Let me try to get my type of positions.
The position, the starting position of the pieces doesn't matter. The people just play what they normally play.
Exactly.
Yeah?
Luki wants to say, I want to play a strategic game, yeah, and d4 suits that purpose. And by the way, Jan, a very famous Grünfeld player, Luki is saying, well, I played d4, please try to play the Grünfeld now.
Might be difficult with the bishop on d8, that we will see.
Yeah, we also have the round 3 pairings up there. Everybody can take a look. We have already talked about many players, and suddenly Nihal Sarin for the first time on the 6th board. It means, yeah, that Lenny has drawn his game, so he's climbing up a bit. Nodibek Abdusatov, I wonder that why this is happening. So the players who already have a freestyle rating, do they play with their freestyle rating, or why is Abdusatov 27-16? I'm trying to just understand this.
I'm not sure, but it probably overrides the ELO rating if there is one, because obviously Abdusatorov's actual rating is much higher than that.
Yes, he's now world number 4, yeah, and there we have it. Freestyle chess ratings, so players who have already played enough games to be calculated. We can see the rankings. So yeah, Abdusatov just number 18. However, let me highlight, he has won the qualification for the prior to the FIDE Freestyle Chess Championship in Weissenhaus. He played there, he took 3rd place, beating Vincent Keimer in fight for 3rd place, and he's already automatically qualified for the event. And this means only 27-16 come on, what's happening?
Yeah.
Third place in the World Championship is not enough to climb?
Probably not the only tournament that counted for it, I would think, but I'm not sure. And I'm also a bit, maybe I'm misremembering, but when we saw Carlsen's game in round 2, he did not have a 2888 rating displayed, as far as I remember.
He didn't, yeah?
I think he had a 2840 rating displayed, which might be his classical ELO rating.
His classical, yeah. And there you go. Magnus Carlsen spending quite some time and then opting also for e4. He probably looked up, Niklas, the expert, played e4. Okay, I have to follow him.
Yeah, he knows that Niklas did a masterclass, and he knows that Niklas has what it takes here.
Wow, e4. And it's now up to Maxim, who I believe is a native Sicilian player, right?
Yes, he is. I have played a fair bit against him.
Yes, and what I'm trying to say is that so far we have been seeing players deciding based on their kind of preference.
I would not expect one c5 in this particular position, though.
And why not? Then let me play c5, just out of curiosity. Okay, c5, I want knight c6, I want to play a Sveshnikov, I want to play a Rossolimo. I'm inviting you, you say no?
I would think that, let's say, after c5, white can go, for example, knight b3.
So you want to hit me with a tempo. Okay, I will play b6. Wait a second. Okay, I have to think.
It's already something of a decision to make, yeah?
Yes, definitely. But what is your idea, for example, if I play e6? Just out of curiosity.
This would be a moment where you have to assess if d4 is actually a move, yeah?
Yes, it is very tough, yeah.
Because it's hard enough in normal Sicilian positions where you know where all the pieces belong, but here you don't know yet.
You don't know yet, yes. But of course I understand, e4, c5 is some kind of a provocation.
I would think d4 is not a bad move here.
d4, so I have to take. And e4, e5, okay, all right. This is very nice because then I don't have to defend black's position here in the Sicilian. e4, e5, that's much more in the spirit of, if I don't know what to do, then let me copy first, and based on my opponent's move, I will start to react. And slowly we have probably first moves that would then give us the chance maybe to have a look at the bird's eye view, to have some picture where the games are heading. And there we see, wow, e4, e5, h4, that's Bortnik. That's Bortnik. Very interesting. Vincent has also played e4, then e4, e5, knight b3. It happened also in Chopin, Nihal Sarin. Magnus is still taking his time. Wow, e4, e5, h4, I haven't seen that one coming.
I feel like e4, e5, knight b3 is kind of the conventional way. You develop the knight, you might find something down the road, but h4, that is bold, yeah? And
yeah,
again, you always, when you play such a move, apart from finding the actual idea behind it, which here is probably just pushing the h-pawn, you have to ask yourself, what happens if black just plays copycat?
For example, yes, also in this exact position, yeah, h5 can be met by h6 and then trying to get the bishop to g5. That's another question. I wanted to highlight breaking news. Niklas Dušenbet has already made his second move, c3. And what will be Magnus's choice? Will he follow the maestro? But Magnus said, no, I'm the real maestro. I know what I'm doing. And he opts for knight b3 just as Vincent has played.
Yeah, Vincent and Kasper Chopin as well.
And probably many other players as well, because
yeah,
this
it seems like a reasonably safe choice.
Yeah, and it makes sense, it's logical, you don't have to rush. Just coming back to the Bortnik game, one of the thoughts that I'm having seeing this h4 move, that it very much will depend on the result, the outcome of this game, how people will judge this h4. If Bortnik goes on to win this game, no matter if after adventures or whatever, people will, wow, e4, e5, h4, and Bortnik won, then everybody will say it was brilliant. If Niemann counters it and proves it that no, h4, my friend, then everybody will, how could you have played h4? No, I very much feel that there is this sentiment when you see a move like this.
Yeah, I'm not sure how committal it is though, because if black just plays h5, then they might continue along more or less the same paths as the other boards. I don't think there's a direct follow-up after h4, h5.
Yeah, no, it's a slow game, of course. Yeah, it's no accident that we have seen already just on the top 6 boards, knight b3 played 3 times, and h4 is alone there for the moment. Nicholas is an expert. Nicholas likes always this h4 move, so if ever any other board features h4, I think it could be Huschenberg's game, but with c3 he signaled that I want to play a strategical game.
I'm not sure. Is his idea to go d4 directly, or?
Yeah, it's a multi-purpose move. Yeah, d4, knight c2, depending on the situation. Yeah.
Actually, if imagine that Duda goes, let's say, knight c6, and we get some kind of move like, I don't know, let's say bishop b3, and then we go like d3, queen e2, we almost have an Italian setup already for white.
Yes. Yeah, with some funny pieces.
Yeah, but they can get to where they belong in a short amount of time. I'm not sure if he has envisioned this, but sometimes it helps to kind of have this as a general outline of what you could aim for. Of course, if Duda does something other than knight c6 and forces another reply, we might get a completely original position. Oh, we also see Nepo going d4, d5.
Yeah, so this will be a Clásico, a classic battle, Queen's Gambit. Probably it never happened in a game between Fanville and Nepo that d4 was answered by d5. I'm not even sure how many times they faced each other, but certainly if they did, it was not the case. And do we maybe have the bird's eye view of the other games as well? Yes, I just want to see is there any h4 ever anywhere else? No, there is h5, h4 from Tabatabai. Black was the one who did not touch anything in the center at all.
He just went straight for it, yeah?
Wow.
Just like absolutely not caring about center or whatever.
Yeah, very funny. And this e4, e5, c3, knight c6 played on the board between Vasilagav and Yusupov, and also Csolaki-Due against Mursin. Honestly, when you mentioned the move knight c6, I was a little bit, also in Maxwell Lukadlich probably, I was hesitant about it because I felt like, is it flexible enough? Because the setup here that you mentioned that white can eventually play bishop b3, d3, queen e2, then I was asking myself, wait a second, yes, from white's perspective, this is kind of a stable Italian kind of setup, but what about that bishop on d8? And with the knight on c6 committed, black will never have the chance to play eventually c6 if he really respects this idea. So in my mind, it's a bit questionable to put the knight immediately on c6, and Duda has played knight b6, I believe, against Nicholas, and I felt like the move knight b6 is more flexible.
It can absolutely be true. That's maybe also the reason why so many people went with knight b3 in the first few moves, because it's hard to imagine the knight going anywhere else, since on c2 it might block its own bishop, and b3 is usually a very stable square. So the same would apply to the a8 knight for the most part.
I think looking at the position and on the clock, I would like to say a few words about Liang Gavander, because Liang Gavander had made quite an impact now on the international scene. He has been very successful. His rating is climbing. He's 2720 plus. I believe he had also had this famous training match against Hikaru Nakamura, which was not even calculated for the rating, but he actually managed to win that match against Hikaru, which is something very special. And he will also play against Hans Niemann, a fast classical match somewhere now in middle of April, I believe.
Yeah, they will play with double rounds, as Hans usually plays these matches, but at a somewhat shorter time control.
Yeah, this is one angle, and he also had a match against my very good friend Salem in Sharjah in February, which was a very close contest, where finally he won by one rapid point margin. That was dramatic. So I even told San that, okay, basically you are stronger than Nakamura, yeah, if we compare your matches, because you were much closer of taking down Liang Gavander than Hikaru was. So yes, he's having a great run, and the reason why suddenly I remembered it, because he was 131 on the clock, which means that he has tremendous amount of confidence that why should I be thinking I can just make natural good moves. I'm in great shape. And last year he came from the Grenke Classic. Yes, I remember he was 4 out of 4 and then faced Magnus Carlsen, which he lost, however, horribly. Then Magnus completely outclassed him.
I would correct you a little bit. I believe he was 3.5 out of 4 because I played that same event and I remember him switching, which surprised me very much actually.
He was 3.5 out of, but then how would he face Magnus? No, it's impossible.
I believe Magnus was the only one on 4 out of 4, but we can double check
okay.
this. Yeah?
Yes, it's interesting.
It's just a tournament I played, so I think I remember it, but again, who knows?
And I was doing the commentary, yes, but of course I only looked at the pairings that, Liang Gavander against Magnus Carlsen, and I assumed in my mind probably that...
No, but still, I was a little bit surprised that he actually switched, because you could play there from the beginning, and also it disqualifies you for any prize money in the freestyle event.
Yes. So basically, he had the purpose to try to qualify for Las Vegas. That's how I understood. That it was kind of a gambit, that he sacrificed his prize fund, but he is, we are getting the confirmation. Alex, as always, knows his stuff. It was Liang Gavander with 3.5 out of 4 facing Magnus Carlsen. I always feel like he's a little bit like a troll. He likes trolling, yeah? He famously played 1-A3 against Dominguez, and then I remember I had seen a video footage or a photograph, like he was walking and then people came to him and then he was smiling because, okay, how can you not smile if you play first move ace in a classical game in the US Championship? Actually, he got a almost winning advantage. He had a very promising position, but went on to lose that game to Lanier. And also some interviews he is famous for, like, you remember some of his interviews, quotes or like this?
No, what I remember is playing against him as recently as last year in Charlotte, actually, and he was playing very fast there as well. And I think it's just if he believes that that he understands the position to a certain degree, then there is no reason for him to use any time. So he's just kind of going with it, and he will use his time when it's appropriate. But I think in this case, he just saw some setup that he liked right off the bat, and just decided to go with it.
Yeah, because I just don't remember what he was saying, but I remember I was like, and I even told Vincent in Chennai that, okay, just forget about how he behaves, what he's doing, focus only on your own play, let him do his business. And that's how it, but did I see correctly that Magnus moved the H-pawn all the way to H4? Is that true? I want to see that.
No, I don't think so.
No, but I have seen something.
Might be a different board you're talking about.
That was then still, but somehow it looked like, it's Bortnik. Okay, yeah, Bortnik moved H5. Yes, because I saw some hand movement reaching out for the H pawn.
There we are. Hans allowed him to push the pawn to H5, and Bortnik says thank you, and we will see if he'll go all the way to H6.
And look at the body, like how Bortnik pushed H5. He stood there like, yes, I'm coming. I'm coming. And Tabatabai has also played with black H5, H4 idea, but here with white, Bortnik is also fighting for the center, while Tabatabai has given up the center completely, because it was some E4, D4, H5, E4, H4 kind of stuff.
I believe what Tabatabai does, he understands that it cannot be the best move, but nonetheless, he sees enough merit to the idea that he decides to go for it.
Very interesting battle, because it's not just a battle on the chessboard. It's very much when someone plays H4 against you, it becomes personal. And that, okay, so you really think like you can play like this? And then Hans said, all right, I don't care about H5. So he goes knight B6.
Do you think he will go H6?
Yeah, well, but then the point was that it was Alexander's situation that he thinks like, I pushed h4, I'm threatening h5, and he ignores my threat. Then let me think 10 minutes to try to understand what's behind, but then he pushed h5, and now it is up to Hans to make up his mind.
Yeah, I'm really wondering, because it seems very natural to me to play h6 and put a stop to it, but maybe Hans just wants to go bishop g5 right away.
Yes, it is the big question, yeah, that I also envision that when I was asking that is h5 really a threat, exactly for this fact that if I could get bishop g5, h6 setup, and I can sit on this g5 square, then I could basically try to claim that pushing h4, h5 was a waste of time and was premature, and now we have to kind of understand how Bortnik is planning to meet bishop g5. And that's why I like that he spent 10 minutes, because if he would rush with h5, I would be asking that, wait a second, did he miss bishop g5, what's happening? But after spending so much time, it means that he has something in his mind. But what it is?
I don't think he can do anything really extreme. Maybe he just wants to go knight b3 and potentially c3, d4.
Yeah, but that's a bit strange, because now that I managed to get my bishop to g5, I will also have this lovely square for my queen, right? Because the bishop is activated, and then I might castle by touching my king first, and potentially some f7, f5 business is in the air. So I feel like this h4, h5 has to have a very clear kind of follow-up, because otherwise I will even call it dubious. But I don't want to call it dubious, because maybe there is some special idea.
I mean, the only thing you could even consider very aggressively is going g3, f4, but looking at white's king, it's hard to believe that this can be a move.
Yeah, I was also thinking about g3, but let's forget about all this speculation, because we have a move, and Hans says, you know what, I just don't care at all. Push h6 if you want. Hans played the developing knight c6 move. He keeps on developing and invites h6. Wow.
Yeah. I think there's also, he has to consider if his idea is to meet h6 with g6, as would be expected,
yes,
then white can play something like d3.
But wait a second, computer disliked g6. So
computer probably wants to take.
He wants to take, and d3 bishop g5. Wow, really?
No, wait, he doesn't want to take either? Or does he want to take?
Well, okay, just to highlight that, yeah, we were thinking about that this is a resource, but apparently computer thinks completely differently. What does it mean? Is something like rook e6 and then rook g6, but I'm stepping to bishop g4.
Peter, maybe he actually doesn't care. It doesn't affect his play at all. He will go like d6 or something.
d6 or even d5? I don't know. Okay, d6 is the solid move. Wow. But okay, it again shows Hans has a lot of confidence. They're just ignoring his opponent's plan completely. Okay, let's try to understand what is computer's move. No, d6 is not. Okay, it is strange.
What if we try to brute force win the pawn with playing g5?
And then rook e6.
And then rook e6,
like complete
beginners, yeah?
Yeah, but this is also, I mean, I don't know. But is maybe bishop g5 a move also? I don't know, but to me also this rook e6 and then going rook g6, ag, queen g7 and trying to say that, wait a second, who opened whom, who is attacking whom, but I'm afraid that this rook on e6, g6 will be a target.
I'm not sure if the rook on g6 is so stable, yeah, because even d3, bishop h5 will already put it under serious pressure.
But come on, okay, so what is the move? Another move
maybe it is bishop g5.
Yeah, that's a solid kind of move. And then basically it provokes ag and then queen g7, and white has this problem.
I mean, if we look at the position now, white has basically played one move and exchanged his h-pawn.
Yes. And by the way, let's not forget about f5. E takes f5 and then short castle. d5, bishop takes f5, and what a king's gambit we will be playing.
Yeah, so you have to be careful. If Bortnik, yeah, he develops some piece, I think.
Yes, bishop to g4, I believe. But it's already a bit of a defensive move, yeah, like he's not happy that his opponent did not believe him. Yeah, he would have liked to see h6 from black side and then play bishop g4. Yeah, and look at this. There is no time for getting up and having a nice walk. This is business now.
Yeah. Also, the c2 pawn is becoming a bit weaker. So if knight b3 ever comes, it could be attacked with something like knight b4.
Yes.
Also, bishop g4 doesn't really threaten anything really big.
Yeah, for example, let's just illustrate the point what you highlighted, because it's a very nice point. For example, bishop g5, a natural move. White plays the move knight b3, and suddenly there is maybe something to think about knight b4, because as you said, c2 is hanging, and knight takes a2, and knight takes h2, and knight takes h7 led to disaster yesterday, but when black picks up the pawn on a2 now, then it hits the bishop on c1. So this is at least a very serious move to consider.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure how white defends against this, but there is probably some way. It's just that we don't see it yet.
Yes, it is out of our horizon. But yeah, all eyes on Hans. How he will play? Okay, I believe that bishop g5 is a natural move. Maybe we should also move on and take a look at Vincent's game, for example, because we haven't really seen. Only we have seen that Vincent played the move e4, and it's a strategical battle. What was this? e4, e5, and then knight b3, c5? This had to be that.
Yeah, let's see. Here. c5, really preventing d4 forcibly.
d3, okay. d6, and Vincent plays f4, and he says, thank you very much. I'm the first one pushing f4, and this can be very unpleasant for black, because white also has this very clear idea of queen f2 and castles short, immediately with tremendous pressure. Vincent.
He has to pay attention if black plays bishop b6 at some point. Then Vincent would have a choice to play bishop e3 or have to play c4 himself. But in general, I like what he's doing, because c5 is very committal. As you said, you cannot take these moves back.
Yes, he cannot take, and it also a tempo. Yeah, it basically gave white the chance. Yeah, Magnus is also checking it out, because it is interesting. Where does this lead us? Wow. All right, so we have seen all this. Maybe again time for a bird's eye view, that we can quickly see where we have the most action. Wow, Huschenbet against Duda. Something happened there in the center, okay. Nothing dramatic. Hans has not moved yet.
I believe Nihal's position is actually very different from the ones we have seen so far. The knight is already on d4, and black's pieces are coming into play in a bit of a different setup.
But Hans, what kind of game is he playing? He now plays g6, certainly not a move. You remember against bishop g5, we were thinking about g3, that is that a move, could it be or not, and like this, and then Hans just goes g6 himself.
Yeah.
It's a very ambitious move, and it also like a signal that I'm not impressed by what you are doing, I'm gonna punish you. Very interesting. Yeah, in the meantime, we see on our video that Georg Mayer developed his knight to c6.
We also see Nepo taking time for a change in the opening. Actually behind on the clock, even if by very little.
But what happened there? Yeah, that it's d4, d5, knight c3, knight b6. And why is his clock ticking? This is something wrong. It is now Luki who must be thinking.
If we see the board though, look, he is thinking, yeah?
Yes.
It's his
So
move.
this is some technical error there. It can happen with so many boards. It's just so strange, no?
Yeah, yeah. No, but only 2 moves played, so little reason to get confused there.
Yes, and it is also not Nyapo style to see ghosts, and I have been working with him enough. I know that he can be trolling me that, okay, Peter, maybe you can do this. You can think for 40 minutes or nothing, but I will make my move.
And hopefully it is not one of those cases where a player forgot to press the clock. Then we would really have had everything.
Oh, wow. I'm looking. Do you see it? I can't
No,
see.
it's actually ticking on white's side, so
It's
everything
ticking,
as it
yeah.
should be.
Good, good. Yes. It would be too much. Yes. Well, okay. Things are slowly heating up, and can we maybe also see the other angle, the other boards?
Yeah, that's pretty interesting because here we see some games progressing very differently.
Wow, yeah, Abdusatov is playing very quickly with tremendous amounts of confidence.
And they already have some kind of defined structure, unlike most of the other games.
Finally we have one Sicilian.
We
There,
do,
10,
yeah?
10 Hartog against Fedosiev. Fedosiev listened into our broadcast, okay.
Fedosiev likes his Najdorf.
Yes, okay. Peter, Alex were saying that e4, c5, yes or no. We will find out. I will try it. I give it a try. So he tries to play a Najdorf for Scheveningen, what it will be. Very interesting, very funny. Aravind Bok seems to be like a super professional game, yeah, symmetry all the way. This is one of those things that puts also tremendous pressure on white when your opponent plays this kind of symmetry, because you feel like it would be very nice to punish the opponent, but if there is no punishment, then actually it can simply lead to white burning all the time on the clock and then find not getting anything. Yeah, it's come on team.
Yeah, Bok is also, I think, quite experienced, and he knows that mostly against 2700 plus players, you don't have to beat them in the opening, yeah? You just kind of have to get a decent position, and that's what he's aiming for.
Yeah, and very, very interesting. Pipers against Yakuboev has exactly the same position, and white has already played the move f4. Which is...
oh, yeah, indeed.
which is interesting, because when I looked at the Aravind position, f4 did not cross my mind at all. I was even thinking like, is bishop f4 a move or not, but that runs into knight g6 tempo in some cases, so I wasn't sure what to think of it. And then suddenly I look and I see f4.
I think he wants to develop the queen like this to the f-file, f2 or f3, wherever it will be safe, and castle. That will be the setup that I think makes most sense.
Yes. Okay, the Devinter Tabatabai game, this is like, how do they call it? Caveman chess, or what is this? H5, H4. I think Lawrence, my good friend Lawrence was saying things like this, yeah, that this is total caveman, H5, H4, giving up the center, where is this pawn going? The rook has to stay on H8, there is no coordination, what do you want exactly? But also let's just quickly mention that Tabatabai is coming freshly from Reykjavik, where he has won the Reykjavik Open with a very nice score, dominating the field and gaining quite a lot of rating points. So he's also moving around 27-20 or something.
Yeah, he definitely had some successful events recently, including Reykjavik. And we'll see if he's playing with that confidence and going H5, H4, who knows what could happen.
Yes, yes. It is kind of funny. Yakuboev went knight EC4. It's kind of nice to see that we have so many different positions. Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at this. Liang Gavan there against Harik. I just realized, what a pawn structure is this? I think we have to head there just to show this to our audience, why we are so shocked, and we say like, no, this is not.
Also, he really doesn't feel like slowing down, yeah? He has some plans for the evening.
Yeah, no slowing down and meaning business immediately. Okay, this is a position that feels like the players simply randomly place some pieces. The game has not yet started. They are waiting for the arbiter. Let us set up. This is our board. We play here because this is not normal chess at all. What is it? What is this? Yeah, let me just show this position so that we can breathe it in somehow, that what we are talking about. How did this happen? How did this happen? E4, c5. So e4, c5, okay, d3, declining the open Sicilian. c3, b5, bishop e3, e5. Queen e2, knight b6, bishop b3, a5. Okay, this is all logical. More or less, a3, a4, bishop a2, b4, and then white was basically forced to play b3 because black is kind of setting b4 and a, b, c, b. The bishop from d8 protects the knight.
Is it necessary, though, to play b4? I think black already achieved quite a lot, gaining all this space for free. He could have just played something like d6, no?
Yes, but okay, we don't have camera on this. We will not spend too much time. I just want to highlight this b4, b3 position that, okay, what is this? Who benefits, who takes whom, when, and why, and how? It's too many questions at the same time. And computer says, guys, just chill. It's a normal position. White has some pull. But, oof.
Yeah.
This is
most normal position in the world.
Yes. Completely crazy.
Well, at least now the knights on a1 and b1 have something to do.
Yes, I have to give credit to Harika that she was so open-minded that she was ready and willing to go for this position, because she must have sensed already the last couple of moves when black pushed a5 that this could be a potential position, and she was not afraid to enter it, and the computer tells that she is right.
Yeah, I wonder also starting to spend time now, at least a few minutes.
Regretting maybe some of his choices, especially b4, yeah? Let's just go back one move. You said that you did not like the move b4, and you highlighted d6 as a simple move, yeah?
I don't know, yeah, it seems to me like this is the way to just develop your pieces.
And then bishop e6, right?
Yeah, if we imagine this as some kind of, I don't know, Rui Lopez or some e4, e5 opening, then basically black got more than he ever gets on the queen side, and he just needs to get the remaining pieces out to have a very decent position.
Yes, indeed, it looks like a very solid position. But yeah, Awander likes to provoke action, and he opted for b4 and b3, and we leave the game with this very amusing kind of position. Let the players fight it out, and let's see who will win this battle of creativity, master of creativity. And we just walk back all the way to Maxim Vasilyev against Artur Yusupov. We have to talk about this. Artur, the legend. And I would like to ask, did you ever train with Artur? I know that he had been quite active in Germany, helping all the young players.
I believe we had some training camps, but already way back. I remember as far back as when I was, I think, 13 or something along those lines. So definitely many of the German players had a lot of experience with him. And I think he's also very, very nice personally. So I would wish him to do well here. And we'll see how he does against MVL, who, of course, is a very much established top player. Let's see. To me, this looks like Maxime is trying to kind of keep him guessing what he'll do with the d pawn here.
Yes, and this c3, b4 kind of idea reminds me very much on yesterday's Magnus's game, because the knights were on the other side and he was doing d4, d5, f3, g4, and so on. Very much similar, with the aim of trying to shut those knights out and in fact create a target.
Isn't the position we have actually mirrored along the middle of the board compared to the one that we had yesterday?
It feels like, yes. Because it was also, there was knight on h1, knight on g1, bishop f1, bishop e1, the rook on d1.
Rook on d1, queen
Queen
c1,
c1,
king d1, rook a1.
yes. It is a mirror position.
Yeah, it is.
So basically then already it's understandable that why e4 was also Magnus's choice, because e4 was like d4.
Yeah, so the only difference is where the king lands in case of castling.
Yes. So actually maybe Maxim simply watched Magnus's game from yesterday and he already knew what to do.
It's entirely possible, yes. Yeah? So, you see, sometimes with a little bit of pattern recognition, you can save yourself a lot of time.
Yes, and you have some orientation. You can, yeah, it's very interesting. I immediately had this, but that it's completely exactly the same. It's a complete mirror. Yeah, that was a very nice.
There are, of course, some differences. For example, white cannot castle with the king to f1 to put the second rook on e1. But still, it feels like many of the plans apply, especially if you play on the other side of the board.
Yes. And there also, after d4, d5, people were going bishop b5, and then a4, bishop a6 happened, and all these kind of things. Yes, funny, very interesting.
Yeah, here actually, Arthur played bishop g5, and now we wouldn't be surprised to see h4, yeah?
Yes, h4 hitting the bishop is kind of a very natural move. Then if bishop falls back to h6, then we might be going after that bishop with knight g4.
Or he might be taking e3, yeah, and then Levon would play d takes e, and after rook e3 we might get d5 instead.
Yeah, but with already pawn on b4, then he cannot take d3, yeah, that's already, he cannot get the c4, b3 structure.
Rook e3, d5 is also far from clear.
Yes, just as yesterday we discussed, yeah, so something like this. We are happy with the two bishops, but black also gets a lot of activity. Okay, here exactly, maybe now b5 and then bishop a3 will be unpleasant.
To put it mildly, yes.
Yes, this is very unpleasant, so we shouldn't be touching the d pawn. There is this f5 break idea. I don't know if it's brave or clever or bold, or how do we call it? Or just also playing queen e7.
Queen e7 is definitely normal, but I don't think f5 is too bad either.
Yes, okay, let me, because, okay, it's kind of tempting to try to grab space. If it does not lose, it's a good move.
Yeah.
Of course, there is a very thin kind of margin between not losing or being a possibility. So the players have to be super careful. All right, we have also seen this. I have played myself with Arthur when he was still extremely strong in '94, and then later we worked together. We have also been assisting Vishy Anand in '98 Lausanne match against Karpov together, yeah, with Ubilava, Arthur, and myself being the team of Vishy in that historical match after Vishy qualified in Groningen.
Yeah. You said before that it would be, if Arthur plays Magnus, it would be a clash of generations here. But I think even here it already is, because it would be even with you. It's just that Arthur has been part of chess history for such a long time. Yeah?
Yes. I was 14 years old when I played my very first game against Arthur in '94 in Dortmund. Yeah. Very interesting. And who does not remember his incredible match against Ivanchuk in '91, in that candidate match when Ivanchuk, who people considered at that time that, yeah, he will be Kasparov's challenger already at that point or very soon, and then Arthur knocked him out in this immortal game, that absolutely crazy game when he sacrificed all the pieces and he played the game of his life and one of the best games in history of chess. And Chucky was knocked out. All right, so we will come back to this game. By the way, Maxim said, no, guys. No, I don't want to be provoked. I'm sticking to my strategy, a4. I'm coming, pushing my pawns on the queen side. Well, yes, we call it queen side, but yes, don't be fooled that officially from e1 till h1, this is the king side, and from d1 to a1 is the queen side. That's how we call it in traditional chess, and when we are doing analysis, then as experienced players, it is just impossible not to call it the queen side.
Yeah, I would be very curious. if we later on get interviews with players who finish their games, to know how many of them actually considered this position as a mirror of yesterday's, or how many just started thinking all over again. Because as we see Maxime playing this c3, b4, a4, it is very reminiscent of what Magnus did yesterday.
Yes. Yeah, very interesting. Talking about Magnus, I think probably it's the right moment to come back to our top board. Magnus Carlsen against Maxime Lagarde. It is a slow affair. It reminds me of some kind of Philidor, no? That with the structure e5, d6, c6, nothing is happening too much, and b5 also very much in the Philidor spirit, grabbing some space, probably hinting at knight b6, but also bishop b6 as a follow-up.
In general, this structure, well, in classical e4, e5 positions, you target this knight on c3 that it remains very bad against the pawn on c6. And here it might be kind of a similar case, because the knight on c3 doesn't have anywhere to go in the very near future. We'll see how Magnus keeps developing his pieces there. He still needs to find a space somewhere for the light-squared bishop. Ideally, let's say the queen and the light-squared bishop would both like to go to e2 or d3, but it's not easy to organize that.
Yeah, also Magnus might be tempted to try to punish this move, like try to be energetic. Is f4 a move at all? We certainly have to watch out for some counterplay for black, because the diagonals are getting opened. We already mentioned the possibility of bishop b6. It's super difficult to automatically understand where this would lead us.
After something like f4, you already have to think if black can just can play all the pawn moves, just play ed, b4, c5, something along these lines.
This is also this f4 is very risky. Yeah, you can start pushing. Then where do I go? There are a lot of questions. Yeah, Magnus will be taking his time. It's not an easy position at all. And his next move will very much determine the future direction of the game.
Yeah, because if he plays something like, I don't know, let's say a3 or bishop e3, then probably we will see a rather slow maneuvering game.
Yes, if bishop e3, then maybe black plays knight b6. Yeah, then maybe the knight
might not be good at all here.
Maybe then the knight tries to get to c4. If you play a3, then one could argue that maybe b5 was more useful than a3.
It is far from clear, though, because b5 in itself doesn't accomplish that much, and the pawn can be targeted in some scenarios. But it's hard to say even in normal positions, and here even more so. If any inclusion like b5, a3 benefits white or black.
Yeah, very difficult to say, because one has to think, and even after thinking for 10 minutes, I'm not sure that one can give a definite answer, and finally you decide on some move, which sometimes it happens that afterwards people tell you, you spent 10 minutes, so you thought this is a good move, and then, yeah, well, actually I wasn't so sure, but I had to make a move.
We also see Magnus is spending time quite early in the game. We see him kind of deep in thought, and it shows you that kind of from this round onwards there are absolutely no easy decisions. Yeah, most people are taking their time early, except for a wonder, but even he might start at some point. And it's going to be very interesting to see, because he still may find an option to not go for some standard Philidor position.
Yes, and talking about Maxime Lagarde, he's a very good player, very creative. Also in the classical chess, he very much plays in this type of spirit, that he doesn't go for the absolute main lines. He has his own ways. I feel like he's very much at home in this freestyle kind of positions. What is your feeling? You said that you played...
I played against him a lot already, yes. Maybe, I don't know, close to 10 classical games.
Wow.
So, and in fact, I'm not sure I have a better score against him than against Magnus. But he generally likes his original opening ideas. I remember he was the first person to play the Sicilian with 2 knight c3, d6, d4 against me, a line that Magnus also played with queen retreating to d2. And it was very, very fresh at the time, so he was very early to catch on to it. And if it becomes some very irregular fight, I think he will be more than happy.
Yeah, and it is kind of a big fight in my opinion, because it's just move how much 5, and the players have spent quite some time already, 25 minutes from Magnus. It's and also the way how he's sitting there at the board, and clearly it's double rounds. It's the second game. Finally, he made up his mind. I'm very curious to see what did he play. Yes, ace played. All right. The move that Alex mentioned, it's a move that kind of shows also respect for b5, I would say. Yeah, that just as you highlighted this ed, then b4, all kinds of things are hanging there. It's very unpleasant. And he says, okay, let me stop it.
Yeah, I think he's not trying to punish anything, because there is probably nothing big to punish right now. He just wants to kind of stop b4, get the center under control, and then see where the game goes from there.
Yeah, he wants to have a rather calm game, I believe. Yeah, it's the way how he was sitting there and leaning back and trying somehow to tell that, okay, I want safety, I want stability. I don't want any punishment. I don't want to try to punish my opponent. I lack the energy for it. But nice little sensible moves are the ones that are called for.
Peter, I'm always impressed by how much you read into just basically Magnus sitting there looking to the side in every single game. Sometimes it's this way, sometimes the other way.
Yeah, but you see, I asked Magnus a couple of things about what we discussed, and he kind of agreed. Yeah, that many times, because, okay, I started doing the commentary during the pandemic 2020. So basically, like for 6 years already, I'm doing the commentaries. And I've been covering a tremendous amount of Magnus's games, and the body language, the way, yes, I would be lying if I would say that I was not fooled by Magnus a couple of times, or I was worried, and then it turned out that why do you worry for Magnus? No reason to do that, but I feel like I read him most of the time. So, all right, this is now a rather slow moment, very interesting. Slow doesn't mean boring, not at all. This is very intense. That's why the players are also taking their time. Now, for example, the big question, do you develop the bishop to b6, or the knight should jump to b6, or should you just play a neutral move? You just never know. Let's get the bird's eye view, maybe. No, what do you think?
I think so. No, I just wanted to point out one thing, that perhaps you want to kind of wait how white develops his pieces before you put anything on b6 and play a move like queen e7.
Just waiting, right?
Well, not just waiting, but you are ready to castle if it comes to it.
I only didn't know that, for example, after queen e7, do we have to deal with d5 or not? This is a strategic question. Then if you already brought it up, let me ask you.
I'm always thinking that classically in Philidor positions you don't worry about it too much, but here I don't know, yeah?
Yeah, you like just play a6,
what if we play a6, you probably go dc, right?
Yes, but then you will anyway undermine, your pieces are beautifully ready to undermine the powerful knight.
The bishop is already on d8 where it belongs.
Exactly.
And it seems like it shouldn't be a problem at all.
Yes, this is good.
Queen probably goes to where? b7?
Yes, probably b7, bishop goes to e6, knight comes to b6, and you challenge this knight.
We have some kind of Sicilian where black is already well placed with most of his pieces.
Exactly. Yeah, and if we don't have to worry about d5, then actually the move queen e7 makes a lot of sense. Just setting up the idea of going short castles. I feel like it's always so interesting to stay at one game and go deeper and deeper. There are a million questions. Yeah. One question brings another one. But at the same time also, we are spoiled with all this.
I think we should go have a look at the bird's eye view and actually see how the games are developing, because I believe there are games which have taken a much quicker pace than board one.
Okay, actually in Vincent's game we have a clearly different kind of direction. White was able to push f4 and then even f5. So that's looking quite interesting and promising for Vincent. But okay, one should also not underestimate potential counterplay for black. In Hushembet against Duda, well, this is a little bit those type of symmetrical positions that are not that exciting, but they can, of course, become exciting.
In fact, the position might become similar to Van Velde against Nepo, even though they started out e4 and Van Velde started out d4.
Wow. Yes. Craziness. And okay, Niemann against Bortnik. Yeah, this is very interesting because g6, f5, and Hans says, no, I'm not buying this. You can do this online against other guys, but I'm Hans Niemann. I'm a world-class player. I will punish you for such play, such provocative play. It's very interesting.
Well, at the very least, the bishop on h3 doesn't look impressive anymore. So Hans may be feeling very confident here.
Yeah, so any...
Oh, by the way, do you see Nepo playing f5, kind of like we saw in the Pipers against, who was he playing?
Yakuboev.
Pipers Yakuboev
Yes.
game in the,
Wow.
same structure, yeah?
Wow, wow. Yes, incredible. Very nice. So, Alex, I have already chosen enough times the games. Tonight is up to you to decide where we go next.
Then I would say let's look at the boards below board 6 and check out those to see, because I'm sure there are some very, very interesting positions to find there.
Yeah, Arthur is still thinking after this a4. He's in a tough spot. f5 happened in a box game against Aravind. It's like a mirror. And then it was black who pushed f5.
Yep.
That's also funny. Fedosiev game features this bishop b6 kind of thematic that we mentioned about.
Oh, I think I know which game I would like to go to.
Yes, excellent.
I think I would like to look at Maksudlu versus Kadrich.
Wow, okay, Parham is always a safe bet. I'm loving your choice.
Yeah, and I believe Kadrich isn't disappointing there either.
Yeah, Kadrich likes to do things, yeah? He's a fighter.
Yeah, because we see some very original position happening. White played b4 and they trade. I think they traded. Yeah, they traded c4 e pawn.
Yeah, let's go step by step.
Yeah, let's go from the beginning.
Let's find out what Parham had up his sleeve. d4, d6. Wow! I told you, Denis Kadrich is a special customer.
No, he's also sticking to his openings. Yeah,
yes.
The King's Indian modern. That's all his
and
stuff.
Philidor, he
and
also
Philidor,
plays.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. He says, no, you're not fooling me, my friend. It's freestyle or not. I'm sticking to my guns. But knight c6 surprises me because as a Philidor player, he should have played c6. No, what is this, Denis? But it's just some provocation. And of course, you don't have to ask Parham twice. You give me the chance. You want action, you will get action. Knight c6, b4. It's fantastic. a6, knight c2, ed4, cd4, knight b6.
Was ed4 necessary?
No, but okay, let's not discuss earlier stages. Just here after f5, we have enough action. And I want to simply mention it that whenever I meet Parham and the tournament has not yet started, where do you find Parham?
I mean, where you find him at the same spot where you would find him after the tournament or during the tournament, at the board.
At the board, exactly. No matter it's before, during, after, whenever you want to meet Parham Maksudlu, you want to get autograph, you're just curious what he's doing, well, check him out. He's blitzing with someone. And of course, before a freestyle event, then clearly freestyle, he loves to play so much. Yeah, this incredible happiness that you see, no matter if it's a tournament game, it's a blitz game, it's a what kind of game, he's just so happy.
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. I believe also at the World Cup in Goa, yes. Usually you could find him somewhere next to the restaurant, just playing games against many people.
On the terrace, whoever
on
comes.
The terrace, yes. I believe if you just set up a board there, you could draw him out wherever he is. He would appear before you.
any time control, any color, any opening, any kind of chess, freestyle or classical, Parham is in the front row. And he has actually already also made here up his mind, playing the move a4. But looking at the clock, if the clocks are right, Parham spent a lot of time.
He did. However, now he has. Let's see. Is a5? Is that a dangerous idea for white? Because it must be the idea here, no?
Yeah, kicking away that knight. Because, okay, if that knight moves to d7, then suddenly a check on the a to g8 diagonal finishes the game. So it is a very tricky spot for black. So in this regard, a move like queen f7, would that make sense? Let me make this one.
a5, just knight d7.
Yeah, well, this just is kind of a difficult word.
I mean, you wouldn't want to go knight c4, yeah, you probably have to go to d7.
Yes, I had knight d7 in my pocket. I was hoping that maybe I can do something else, but if nothing better, I have to go to d7.
So is bishop e2 a serious move here?
Yes, it bothers me. It actually bothers me. The computer is not caring about this. But certainly,
yeah, because
humanly, this is the first thing you check, yeah?
Yeah, because it threatens to actually start winning stuff.
Yeah, if it works, it works.
I wonder, can you play b5 here?
I have b5, yes. I had it in my pocket as a reserve. Probably it is only move.
I'm not sure. Can it really be the only move?
Yeah, let's just show that if the knight moves, for example, what we are faced with, the problem is that, yes, you can intercept, but then you just run into a loss of a piece with the fork. So this is not a possibility. And that's why b5 seems to be a move, and probably the only move.
I think, again, the computer disagrees. Strange as it is, yeah, because I can't come up with a different move yet.
Ah, wow, so there is a different move.
I think so.
Or computer already started to appreciate.
Are we getting confused by the evaluation bar?
Yes, no, don't do this to us, because we simply feel that bishop e2 is a strong move. Let's basically leave it on that this is kind of dangerous. So what else do we have after a4 in our live position?
We could let the other knight get kicked by playing a5, but this feels somehow wrong.
Yeah. I don't know, it's looking very weird for black. Yeah, this f5 with the king on g8 and the a4, well-timed a4 creates problems.
Yeah, definitely. So
yeah, we will keep an eye on this. Let Dennis, who created this mess, voluntarily deal with his own demons.
Let him figure it out. Yeah.
Exactly, because this is not my type of position. And if we would have the camera and we could be talking about, yeah, how he sits, what is this, then I would be very happy discussing it. But we don't have any information if he's happy or unhappy. So we just move. Okay, we move back to Magnus for a second because he made a move.
I think there's more than one move. We see knight b6 and queen d3.
And queen d3, yeah. Okay, nothing extraordinary happens. The game is slow as expected in this structure. Magnus is clearly setting up the rook. Movement to f1, but first please touch the king, yeah, the short castles.
Yes, here at least it wouldn't do much damage to touch the rook on h1.
Yeah, it's pegged, yeah? You can even risk it, yeah? Or maybe the arbiter comes, then you are forfeited for this one move. Your opponent is 2 is the punishment, yeah?
Or well, if you play an illegal move, you might get two minutes awarded to the opponent.
Yes. Yeah, it's, don't do it, but it's kind of funny that how unlucky Ralph was that he exactly castled in a situation when it led to a losing position on the spot.
Yeah, no, I believe here something like queen e7 or bishop c7 will be played, and It is this kind of Philidor setup, but I think the b5, knight b6 works out quite nicely for black, for the moment at least. Is he maybe thinking about something like bishop e6?
Well, bishop e6 or even bishop a6 is a move just to try to threaten with some b4. It's absolutely not my style. I hate moves like this. This is a terribly ugly move.
But I believe here also white just goes queen g3. Yeah?
Yeah, white can just ignore because white has not castled yet. I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, one needs to pay attention to even crazy moves like this, which should not work in general, but you never know. You have to ask yourself, at least. So, okay, Maxim is thinking. He doesn't seem to be planning to make a move anytime soon, understandably. So let's quickly catch up on Fanveli against Nyepo. The move f5, the critical move f5 in this symmetrical structure, and look at the way how Jan is walking, looking. He's happy, he's satisfied.
I think Luke does not look happy at all, or at least he looks very much focused on finding the next move.
Yes, because actually Luke is an active player. Yeah, Luke never likes to be passive or whatever, and it might give him the feeling now that after f5 he's on the back foot because he started the game with white, but in fact now black is the one who is becoming white because he will get the initiative.
Yeah, we also see he is, that is Nepo, he is slightly ahead in terms of moving his pieces out. He already has the bishop on d7, and if the knight moves from e4, then like something like queen f7 or queen f6 might come as well. Well, white, that's the kind of the biggest issue, why f5 is necessary in the first place. You need a square for the queen to prepare a short castle.
No, but looky, what have you done? I have to see this, come on, because, okay, King Luke, this doesn't feel like King Luke. This is Looky boy. This is, I mean, what is this? d4, d5, knight c6, knight b6, e4, d takes e4, knight takes e4, knight c6, knight b3 and e5, yeah? This is how Nyepo solved his problems. d5, knight e5, and I told you, I already have my experience that symmetrical position, it is your move, and you cannot decide on any move because whatever you look at, you dislike something.
Yeah, I believe here we saw f4 in a different game, right?
Exactly. Pipers against Jakubov was f4, and Luki instead was hesitant. He opted for knight d4, bishop to d7, a small little move, kind of a surprising move. I was not really understanding the purpose behind this move, but certainly if Jan played it, there was something behind.
He might have just wanted to cover the b5 square.
Yes, and okay, it worked to perfection because b3, yes, one could argue that it kind of fights against both knights.
Yeah, he maybe wants to go c4, yeah?
Yes, he wants to go c4, maybe he also wants to go f4, he just wants to squeeze black, but all of a sudden black says, no, I don't want to be squeezed. I will hit you myself with f5, and where is this knight moving? And why Luki was not thinking about this at all?
I'm thinking that wherever it's moving, you also have to consider knight d5 as a follow-up for black, because the c3 square will now be unguarded.
Yeah, I don't like the body language. This body language is... I just don't... Do you see the clock? Is our clock correct?
I think it would be correct, yes.
It is correct, yeah, because somehow I don't recall Luki spending so much time. Wow, it's 43 minutes, yeah, but he's famous for, he's always teasing me, Peter, but why do you think? Make a move. Why are you afraid? That's the reason why I can call him King Luke, Luki boy, whatever, because it's absolutely not personal. We are very good friends. He throws me all the time whenever he gets a chance. I had played enough draws myself, you know, to know that Luki is always critical.
We can actually see it on the screen, Peter. You see?
Oh, wow.
Moves, move by move there. And that is not including the current thinking time. So we see he is definitely banking up more thinking time than Nepo.
Yes.
And it can go very quickly, yeah? I also remember playing Nepo, and it was actually a game where I surprised him in the opening and got a time advantage there, but that one evaporated very quickly, and he's naturally making decisions faster than your average player.
Yeah, wow, okay. What do we do with this f5? Basically, I share the concern of Luki that I'm just not feeling comfortable because I have to retreat. Where do I retreat? And then this whole move with b3 was a complete waste of time, and even a little bit, maybe I might even prefer the pawn on b2, I don't know.
If it's Luke, maybe he has to retreat forward to g5.
Yes, okay, knight g5 is one of the moves, but actually even takes f4 is something like this a possibility, and trying to tap that bishop. I mean, of course, it's very committal, maybe it does not work, but certainly deserves attention, because knowing Nepo, this could very easily happen.
I think if it comes to the worst, there might be something like f3 here, but
you
it's
also have
probably
rook
not
e4,
something
yeah?
you want to
You
play.
have rook e4 maybe.
Rook e4 is definitely a move, yeah.
Yeah, you have. Okay, it's a very committal decision. I just wanted to highlight that it also comes to mind, like in a second, that what happens there. White has rook e4, hitting the pawn with complications. You also find this nice idea of trying to get the bishop back to f2. However, after f3, there are all kinds of queen c5s.
Yeah.
You are not afraid. And knight g3 played. Luki helped us out in some crazy complications. Luki said, guys, don't waste your time and energy. You need for something else. Let me play knight g3, which is a sad move. Which is a sad move. How sad? It's another question, but it's not a happy choice.
It is. On the other hand, if he actually gets to play c4, then it might not all be too bad.
Yeah, he wants to go c4.
And besides, it might not be right up his alley, but if he's allowed to, he might play f4 himself.
If he can, yeah. But okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure that Nepo will try to follow it up with some very energetic play. And Luki doesn't like it when his opponents are energetic, and he was always telling me, Peter, but you should actually push more, should push harder. Yes, he was always, I know he always wanted good for me. He was trying to give great advices, and he was saying that, yeah, you are so strong and like this, but why don't you push harder? And I said, okay, but this is my style. Not so easy, you know. Yes. No, but he had an argument, and his argument was that whenever I have no choice than to go for it, because the position forces me, then I'm actually extremely good in complications and calculating and like this. And if this is the case, then if I can choose, then why I'm not doing it? Yeah, this was his kind of argument.
Oh,
and he was telling it like very often to jump into the sea, yeah? That you are hesitant, should I jump, water is cold or whatever. When you already jump, then you start swimming. You are already in the city. And as Nepo is Nepo. I sensed it. I did not even try to speculate about his move, but queen b4 was blitzed out, hinting on all kinds of things, not just the knight on d4 is hanging, but the rook on e1, just in case, who knows. There are all kinds of tricks happening.
f5 is not really hanging because of this.
Yes, exactly. I just show that, okay, no matter which knight, okay, knight df5, it lands. Should we first take?
I think we should just play knight f3, but...
Okay, just to highlight that there is this kind of win automatically for black. This means that the f5 pawn is taboo, and...
the knight is hanging and it cannot move for now, because it allows knight f3 again. Unless you move it to e2, which is probably not the idea.
I also have the feeling Nepo is thinking like, wait a second, we have 9 runs in 5 days. That's quite a lot. let me save some energy by not making a draw, but by winning quickly. I don't know, somehow this This feels to me like this.
I don't know. He's definitely saved time so far. We'll see if after something like bishop b2.
But Luki is so unhappy. He doesn't like to be kicked around like this. And yeah, bishop b2. Is this working at all?
I'm not sure because it does invite some knight a4 or c4, some more tricks. And I'm sure Nepo will be looking for them.
Yeah, all kinds of ideas. Also, black is just one move away from solving the problem with castles. White is unable to untangle the queen from f1. This is very, very unpleasant. Extremely unpleasant. I'm super worried for Luki. And how on earth did Luki got into this trouble? It was a symmetrical position just 3 moves ago with his move.
Perhaps he should go knight ge2 instead of bishop b2 to kind of reroute the knight already.
Luki is driving me crazy. Excuse me that I'm getting a little bit too emotional, but
oh, no.
No. I'm okay, but getting into trouble like this with white, it's unbelievable. It's a horrible feeling, and it's a second game of the day. You are anyway tired. I know that. I went back to my room. I had some quick lunch, and then I sat for like 5 minutes and felt like, wow, actually, it's nice to have some rest. But I already had to get dressed again and rush here, and I'm not playing. I'm only doing the commentary with you together. Yeah, while the players, they have all this nervous energy, every nervousness there involved.
That's perhaps why Nepo is trying to rush through things and save as much time as he can.
Yeah, if it works, it's a very clever and smart strategy. And I almost feel like Luki is our hero of the day. Yeah, we have him the most time on camera because Jan is just walking around, making his move at tempo, and let Luki become the hero of our show.
Yeah.
No, Luki, no. I cannot look at this anymore. I cannot see the pain any longer on Luki. No. Let's move. Where should we move?
We can check out Vincent's game again.
Let's check, because it had the potential to be very complex. I don't think that the evil bar tells the story to this game.
Not sure how exactly this happened.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Did Vincent just go f4, f5?
Yes, I think so. So this is where we left. Knight c6 happened, f5, b5. Clearly black grabs space on the queen side to compensate. Knight c3, bishop a6, h4. So Vincent says my king on g1 is great. I don't want to castle. I'm playing like a King's Indian kind of spirit. Knight b6, rook h3 on the board, and it is Georg to make up his mind. Now that we have seen the moves, it makes a lot of sense, and I feel like Vincent has a clear direction.
Yeah, I think both sides actually have a clear direction. It's just that Vincent's direction is pointing at his opponent's king.
Yes, that's a fair point. And this is actually the problem when the opponent grabs space and then suddenly you are stuck with pieces that where do you go, how do you develop, what do you develop? Is queen e7 a possibility? Can you do that?
I think with black you should seriously consider kind of evacuating to the queen side.
With the king, yeah?
Yeah.
So, but then you have to find the square for the bishop and also for the queen.
Yeah, and the problem is it doesn't even solve his issues because this b5, c5, d6 structure, it's something you have when you about to push further, but you do not want to push further if you get the king to the queen side now.
Yes. It looks dangerous for black, Jan. Jan is also checking out. It's a very interesting position.
I think Jan is checking out just about every game on stage already.
Every game, yes, even 100 times.
Yeah?
Yeah, Magnus also walking around, being quite happy. But yeah, what to do with black? Because I understand that black would love to evacuate the king to the other side of the board, but how do you do that?
You also don't really have avenues to kind of exchange the pieces that you want to exchange.
Wow, wow, wow. I don't know if this is the information for us or for everyone, but it's a very tricky one. Yes. Ufa, yeah, the information is that apparently Sothi is also keeping an eye on the candidates tournament, and Nakamura has only 60 minutes versus Sindarov's 59 minutes, and with a clear advantage in the evaluation bar for Sindarov with a minus 2.10. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, Sindarov has so far had a fantastic start with 3.5 out of 4. Well, it's crazy. Of course, you should be following our show, that's clear, but if you go and check out the candidates, that's absolutely fine. We are chess fans, we are all together, yeah, so we are no concurrents at all. We will be here anyway once those games finish, so there is no competition. The action is heating up, there the time trouble is coming, make up your own mind. But yeah, here Georg Mayer made up his mind and played the move h5. What do we make of this?
I mean, it shows that he is accepting that g4 will come sooner rather than later, and he will probably try to defend with the bishop on f6. Since you kind of defended against the g4, g5 push, you put the bishop on f6, you maybe put the queen on e7 and try to blockade the position like this.
Yes, and then already you can maybe start evacuating your king at the right moment.
So just to show, if you play g4 here, which might be premature, but just to illustrate, h takes g4, queen g4, or I mean h4 is, oh wait,
no,
we can't even, I thought the queen and king were switched, so you could take with the queen. Then we definitely need to prepare it.
Then I could, yes, okay, I will anyway just try, forget about the h4 pawn. The idea was that black puts bishop on f6, queen e7, and it's like a cemento kind of structure, and then black just walks away or castles away with his king to the other side of the board. One has to keep an eye on. What else is there? So after h5, bishop g5 is kind of an interesting move, no? That comes to mind because I would love to isolate something.
Yeah, on the other hand, what do you do if I just go bishop f6 still?
Still bishop f6. Wow. Wow. But wait a second, no, bishop f6 I take.
Oh, and rook g3,
and rook g3, you will have to go king h7 and I take on h5.
Okay, well, taking on h5 is the least of my worries, but yeah.
Well, I'm actually taking the pawn in order to avoid queen h6. Because I thought I will checkmate you since you blundered, rook g3 check, but...
Yeah, but in any case, this is not something we should allow, yeah?
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
so bishop g5 maybe, yeah?
Bishop g5 makes a lot of sense, I believe. Because we talked about, you very nicely highlighted that bishop f6, queen e7 is kind of the setup. But Vincent said, I'm in no rush. He starts regrouping. Knight d2. Wow. That's kind of funny. That he thinks that he has time for everything. He's eyeing the g5 square anyway. He wants to reinforce. Well, computer likes it. Computer approves it.
Yeah, he might just want to put the knight on g5 because then black can never play f6. He can never really take on g5, allowing hg. And then just kind of play slowly.
Okay, but for example, we follow your plan, yeah? Then let me be black, I follow your advice, bishop f6.
Knight f3.
Knight f3, okay, queen e7.
Knight g5.
Knight g5. And then we already talked about it, okay, let's castle.
Yeah, and now I think what white is hoping for now is that black already castled and he can just kind of redirect his efforts. Let's see, d5 isn't really a threat, is it? So, let's see.
Yeah, it's strange position. I don't know.
I'm thinking that I would actually like to make knight d5 work, but I don't think it works just yet.
Yeah, knight d5 I take.
Yeah, maybe I should just play a3. instead.
Yeah, and then knight b4 was your warrior.
Yeah, apparently this might still be good for white, but I cannot see how it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very critical line. I was also going along these lines, and I was unable to assess. Computer said it's fantastic. Okay, great. But you said a3 would be also your candidate move, yeah? Just
yeah, I mean, I don't see that white is so pressed for time.
Yes, and then you go for knight d5 next.
And again, also b4 might be a candidate move at some point, because black doesn't always want to open the position.
We might be seeing this, because bishop f6 on the board, I believe.
I don't think it is, yeah?
I know, he played knight d4. Okay, he wants to trade on f3.
Maybe, yeah? We don't know.
Okay. Interesting, this camera angle, yeah? That because I don't see the hand movement, I see the piece movement, and Vincent goes knight e2. Yeah, he wants to trade the c3 knight for the d4 knight, and he kind of expected the move knight d4. I'm still a little puzzled that Vincent did not play bishop g5. It was a very tempting move, but yeah, he clearly has a completely different vision with this knight d2, knight d2. Sometimes you see a plan and it looks good, and then you don't even look for anything else.
Yeah.
Knight e2. All to play for. Don't know, yeah, it's very hard even to say something, yeah, because it's a big battle. It's kind of an unbalanced position, still a little bit quiet, no direct confrontation, but it has a potential to be, for example, very good for one of the players. Yeah, at the moment it looks like for white, but
yeah, we'll see though. Vincent has to be careful what he moves on the queen side, because he will have to move something. He won't crash through on the king side on his own, but depends. Like, does he want to play c3 and force the d4 knight away, or to have it exchanged?
Yeah, that's kind of natural, yes.
If black just again plays bishop f6.
Bishop f6, yeah. Let's make this natural move.
Yeah, and then we have to ask ourselves, do we take, do we play c3? What is it that we should do here? Or maybe we can, yeah, I think those are the two most critical options.
Also, I'm trying to think about this, that what kind of feeling it should be playing against Georg Mayer, and he's not able to play his Rubinstein French with d takes e4 or the Petrov, yeah, because he's known to be extremely solid, rock solid, knowing his systems extremely well because he played hundreds of thousands of games on the internet, and suddenly this is a completely different kind of position. It's interesting. All right, this is just our analysis board. So bishop f6 had not been played. Georg is thinking after knight e2. I think it's fair to say that it looks promising for Vincent, but it's complicated, and let's go on to something else.
Yeah.
For example,
yes? Do you have some game in mind?
Well, I just wanted to quickly check out on Niklas against Jan Krzysztof that where did this symmetry led to, and I feel like actually Niklas is doing quite a clever job. He is not trying to be really ambitious. He just wants to play the position, make sure that he's kind of safe, control the clock.
Yeah, we see Duda again going relatively low early on, as he did in the last game. And again, he's the one playing f5 here. However, it is a different idea probably, because both sides have already castled. You don't really need the f7 or f6 squares. He just wants to kick the knight.
It's a very interesting position, because if bishop b3 check, king h8 happens, then I can play knight g5, and I think it's then I'm blundering my queen.
Yeah.
Excusez-moi. Excuse me, because yeah, I wanted to add, but then he will have to. Or can he go knight g5 immediately?
He will have to allow the queen exchange. But,
yes, but I just want, because I don't want to come back. Yeah, I would like to use this knight g5 idea. In my mind, I already give this bishop b3 check. Oh my God, what's happening?
I would think queen e2 is the move that's to be expected.
It is always so tricky when you just jump into a game and you don't know where it came from. Yeah, it's let's even use the chance very quickly. Okay, this happened. We have seen it. d4, d5, takes. Knight d2, rook e5, takes. All right, now we know the logic behind. This is how I like it. Castles, and f5, and here we go. And knight g5.
I think neither side is really too ambitious here, especially if the queens get traded, then it is more or less a normal position now. And black will just develop normally with, I suppose, something like knight c6, bishop d7.
Knight c6, bishop d7. You don't worry about placing that knight against the pawn on c3?
I'm thinking I have the e5 square available, and I wouldn't know where else to put it, honestly. And I think here it'll be very hard to beat either player at a classical time control.
But I would be very happy with white. I don't know, some rook d1, it's tiny bit better, no? Just tiny bit better. I don't know what it gives me, but
I'm not sure. Like, let's say h6 followed by bishop e6.
Yeah, you kick me. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay. In any case, Nicholas puts some efforts, energy into the position. He's trying to figure something out, but he might also think like this is a nice position to have against Duda. Yeah, I'm not risking anything. At the moment, he still tries to fight for some small pressure, small initiative.
Yeah, I don't know. There are other squares for the knight, but nothing looks honestly too impactful, because whatever he plays, black can trade on e2 and play knight c6.
Yes.
It's kind of the simplest possible way.
Yeah, and again the body language. What does it signal? That
he's not happy.
He's not. Yeah, he doesn't know how to pose problems here. It doesn't feel like there is no clear direction that you feel like, yeah, I'm gonna go for it, and this is promising.
It might also be that he's thinking here not because he believes that there is a single strongest move, but because he is kind of deciding what he wants to do in general.
Yes. What is the strategy? Yeah,
because for the evaluation, it probably doesn't matter too much if you go knight g5, knight d2, or knight g3.
But still, somehow, my mind connects Nicholas with a move like knight g5. He's not exactly a retreating type of player, but
I would actually probably consider going bishop b3 followed by knight g3 here.
So that you kick the king. Actually, I wanted to highlight that after bishop b6 check, there's also bishop e6.
There is, yeah, because I was thinking there's some kind of bishop g5
but then there is
tricks,
bishop g5, yeah.
It looks very dangerous to play this way.
It looks, yeah. Of course, this move is the correct move.
And then just going knight g3 when black probably doesn't want to take on e2. I would think so, because knight e2 f4 would be a bit unpleasant. I don't think this is the best white can get somewhere, but perhaps knight g5 is just as good. And again, it's I don't think it's a earth-shattering decision here, but he's still taking his time, and sometimes to pose problems you need to start somewhere, and you need to start small.
Yeah. I would also like to use the chance that suddenly Kasper Chopin is playing on the stage. I want to check him out, because first of all, I haven't really seen him live in action, but I do start to get to know his name by playing some good. He's not on the stage. Okay, against Nihal Sarin. All right. Board 6 is downstairs. Okay, this is a problem. If ever we get the chance to have a camera, then I would like to check out also for Nihal, because Nihal is also playing extremely good chess, and I'm so happy that finally he crossed this psychological barrier of 2700 and he's climbing up, because he is such a talented player, an incredible person as well. So seeing him making progress is something that makes, I think, a lot of people happy. All right, bird's eye view.
Yes, let's do it.
Bird's eye view. Let Niklas fight his own demons, and we see there Maxime Lagarde
actually going for this bishop a6.
Bishop a6, yeah.
Which we kind of disliked.
Yes, I felt like as a commentator it is my duty to mention the move, but no, don't make it, don't execute it, because
yeah, the queen is very comfortable on g3, and imagine if the queen was on g3 to begin with, you wouldn't probably go bishop a6 there.
Yes. By the way, yeah, Niklas played the move knight g5, so he is Niklas after all. Yes, it was just impossible to imagine otherwise. And what else? Hans. Yeah, wow, Hans is... This is the way how you have to handle these h4, h5 things. Yeah, we were taught as kids. When somebody starts some premature advance on the king side, which we don't know if h4 was a premature or not, but let's assume, because sometimes it helps to think like this, it should be met by a counter-strike in the center. Yeah, that's how Adorjan was always teaching me, teaching everyone who was listening to him on his philosophy. And actually, it did happen. Yes, black has also kind of given up some squares, but he has good center control. I would prefer to be black in the position, but yeah, it's a very sharp one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, yeah, somehow, again, it's just, you know, in classical we don't usually see this to that degree, but the side that has the space advantage, like 80% of the time, is just the one that's better here.
But how easy is this position? Yeah, because I'm seeing now that the computer says it's like -1. I feel like black has a promising position, but I also see that white has some potential, or this potential is illusionary, because the bishop on f4 seems to be good, but everything else is bad.
Is white still able to castle long? I think both sides are still able to castle.
Yes.
Yeah?
Okay, in any case, I think it's a good call to visit that game.
Yeah.
Because there is plenty to talk about. Okay, let's go. Let's go Bortnik against Hans Niemann. A very confusing kind of position. Yes, black has this wonderful pawn chain, but white is sitting on this lovely f4 spot. I think what I don't like for white is that black has access to this c4 square, and it's not just because the pawn on b2 is hanging, but it just gives black so much freedom that even some b6, bishop a6 kind of idea might appear that normally shouldn't be happening in a position like this. It just adds to my reasoning why first I thought that it's a very complicated position, but maybe I kind of understand why computer is so happy with black.
Is knight c4 the move that you will play immediately here?
No, not immediately. If I have 52 minutes...
No, I meant immediately as in right now on this move, yeah?
Yes, but I wanted that if I have 52 minutes, then I want to think a little bit. And then if I think that it is the right move at the right time, then I'm going to execute. So, but wait a second, we know that Bortnik is very tricky.
Now we know what Luke would tell you, yeah? Why are you thinking, yeah, you should just play the move?
Just make the move. If you think that it's a good move, why you double think, triple think, and then change your mind because you confuse yourself? What are you doing? So okay, let's check what is this knight c4, because I hope that I'm not blundering any tactics. Let me first, before I execute, highlight that I see that there is this unprotected bishop on c8, just in case it's my insurance that I blunder something. So knight c4 is a move. It's not the top move, but also not a
But
bad
it doesn't
one.
seem to blunder anything major.
Yes. I feel that it's a very human kind of move. But Hans is moving in a, look at this. The way he's holding his hand, he
Yeah,
won't be moving the knight.
He's moving on the king side, yeah.
Well, king side, or does his bishop from, because the very first move that I was thinking was bishop f6 when I saw the position, but I was not sure that this pawn on c7 is not hanging some knight b5 business. I didn't know what to think of. But, okay, yeah, Hans, please think. Yeah, please think a little bit more. Because your move, your hand movement was signaling a different direction. Yes, is castles a move, for example? Yeah, really, maybe castles is a move. Let me even make it, yeah, just, okay, for example, castles, because I would love to invite, please take my exchange. I'm offering, I blundered my rook. Please take it, but the dark squared bishop, I think, is the soul of this position, because look at black's pawn chain, it's beautiful, it's very powerful. White's bishop is stuck out on h3, there is no coordination among the forces. White cannot afford to lose the grip of the position, even at the cost of winning an exchange.
By the way, maybe we should point out that the h5 pawn is hanging. And
wow, here?
I mean, I'm not sure if it can be taken, but we should point out that it is theoretically hanging, yeah?
That's true. But for somehow, my brain has not even somehow understood that this pawn is really hanging, yeah? Because it's so counterintuitive, and I don't want to touch this pawn at all.
Of course, no, but if it stays behind the bishop on h3, then
exactly.
it can be an idea at some point.
Because once this pawn disappears, then all of a sudden the rook on h1 comes to life. And I don't want to bring this rook to life at all.
Yeah, it's probably not a good move to take it, but at least when you're playing the game and you see a pawn unprotected for whatever reason, you feel like you're obliged to at least check it.
Yes, but then suddenly you might not see the clear refutation, what happens, and then you are tempted to take it. And I think Matthias can say some things about this, because such an incredible solid player like Matthias Blubaum, who is now fighting and playing in the candidates, lost a horrible game in Vaikanze to Sindarov by picking up that poisoned a4 pawn. And when I looked at game live, I was just shouting that no, 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 never. You know, it's just impossible. You have control. Why to give up the control? But he also probably spotted that, wait a second, this pawn is hanging. There is no direct tactical refutation, but it gives some tremendous long-term compensation. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and here there might not be such huge compensation for it, again, because the bishop on h3 is not very good, but still it just doesn't add anything to black's position, except that he removed this pawn, and he will use at least one or two moves to coordinate his pieces again. So it's probably not worth the effort.
Yeah, Hans is taking his time. I want to see his hand movement, and I want to see with which determination he makes his move, that how happy he is. Does he understand how good is his position according to computer, or he just thinks like, I like it, but it's complex, and that's it. We never know. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Yeah, we don't have yet decisive action, so I think we can simply announce that apparently Hikaru is in a lot of trouble, which means that Sindarov has the chance to move to 4.5 out of 5, and basically it would also put an end to Hikaru's run, yeah, because what's the situation there? He lost to Fabi, and he
is on -1 as far as I know.
Yes, then he will be -2, and it's almost halfway, and Sindarov is running away with +4. A lot of trouble, yeah. Oof.
Yeah, I think this game can be called, yeah?
Yes. Unbelievable. All right. That's another tournament, and it's still a very long tournament.
Yeah.
The candidates, everybody will keep an eye on it, for sure. And Hans goes for the move, bishop f6. Yeah, that was my very first move. It was the move that was smiling on me while we were looking at the bird's eye view, but for some reason then I got discouraged. I don't know why.
You were saying that you're not sure about knight b5 ideas.
Yeah, but okay, knight b5, rook e7. Yeah, okay, you just protect the pawn, you ignore it, and knight b5 has done absolutely nothing to the position.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yes, knight b5, okay, hitting the pawn. We are no putzers, we just protect. We do, and Hikaru has resigned. Wow. Wow. Incredible. And by the way, actually slowly, maybe after kicking this knight back, there might be some knight d8, knight e6 regrouping as well, hitting that bishop on f4, and if that bishop loses its spot, then this is horrible.
I think we see a move by Bortnik, and
Yeah.
it's not knight b5.
Of course, no, definitely not. Yeah, he plays rook e3, which kind of surprised Hans. How unpleasant surprise is this if you missed it? Because Hans's body language signals that he hadn't seen this coming, but he might be happy.
We have to say, though, this move definitely takes all the long castle options off the table for white.
Yes, but it also, I saw like the way how you started your sentence, that now we see why Bortnik is so good in quick time control, yeah, and with all his tricks and everything, because this rook e3, for example, if this is now played in a classical game, all right, rook e3, I did not expect it, I have time, I'm not worried, I will find the antidote.
Yeah.
But if it comes in, you have 10 seconds or 15 seconds and suddenly out of duel, rook e3 comes and you get very nervous, okay, I'm good, but what should I do? And then you just simply, very easily blunder something, yeah?
It can definitely happen here.
Yes, but in a classical game, it's a completely different scenario. Okay, fundamentally, you have to have a good, stable position in order to be able to put the pressure on the opponent. All this tricky business can actually just be punished. It will be very interesting to see how Hans will react to this. What is your feeling? Do you simply castle and...
That would be, I think, the kind of move by hand that you'd play.
Maybe it would be also like a panic move in blitz. I don't know what to do. Okay, I castle, take my exchange you did not want before, or we don't know if you did not, but yes, I was thinking, I think castle is the right decision after rook e3. Absolutely justified.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine any white piece bothering the black king on h8.
Yes, that's a very nice hiding spot. And then let's forget about this h5 pawn forever.
Yeah,
in the endgame, we will take it, but never before. Yeah, let's just enjoy like Magnus was sitting in the previous game behind that lovely little h6 pawn.
We see Hans looking up at his opponent several times.
Yes, so okay, let's put the live position. So this is the live position. But castle is also very much in Hans's spirit, no? That, okay, he doesn't want, he likes initiative, he likes to push. And if he sees that his opponent is trying to create some mess, then okay, let's just castle and show me.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that just other moves would not allow him to kind of keep the position under control. Because if rook g3 comes with check, then what do you do with your king? There is no better square than h8.
Yes, there is this h6, king h7, but I just don't want to invite rook g3, rook g6. Yeah, it's completely unnecessary in my mind. Let me just quickly show it that, yeah, if h6, then okay, rook g3 check, king h7, rook g6, it's not the end of the world at all, but just I don't want to bother. with this kind of things. Maybe white will somewhere sacrifice the exchange and will some grip, some compensation. No, 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 no. It's not my cup of tea. I would much more prefer to castle and then please take the exchange if you want. I want to have it on my conditions. What do we have from the evil bar? So Vasily Lagraf has a big advantage against Artur Yusupov. Ah, wow! Harika has beaten Liang Gavander.
What now? Okay.
Wow, it seems like, no, it's 1-0 there.
It is 1-0. Okay, let's maybe go to this game and see what happens there.
We should. It seems like Liang has blundered something huge. But this is knowing that the ladies are fighting for very important qualification spots. So a good start and a win against a superstar might make a very huge impact on the journey of qualification. So, okay, we have seen the start, so we just go through.
Yeah, we saw B3 being played.
And Hans has castled. Great. Okay, yeah. Fantastic. And he glanced, he stared at Bortnik that, take my exchange, please. You really want to go after my rook on F8?
I believe he stared at Bortnik several times before he already castled.
Wow. Okay, so just quickly, yeah, 92, of course, yeah, stability. Bortnik is going for stability, no exchange hunting. So what do we get here? CV, CV, knight C2, BA, BA, knight B4, knight B4, queen B4. So far, so good. Bishop C1. Okay, it's a very tricky position because if there would be already a normal castle position for both sides, then things would be kind of solid. However, white is putting up some pressure here. There is a pressure on the F7 pawn, but the same also applies on this diagonal with all this bishop takes d3, everything hanging in the air. So what happened here? Yeah, bishop takes d3 happened. It's a very wild game. Bishop takes a3, okay. Kudos to Harika that she was able to understand that she can play like this. Queen a5, queen d2, takes, takes, knight takes a4. Clearly also Avander wants to win this game, so he's willing to take some risks. Bishop c4, takes, takes.
Okay, but material is already severely reduced, so I'm thinking, what could he even walk into unless he drops the knight on a4 or something?
He played bishop e7.
I think that is what he did, yes?
Yeah, and then takes rook a1, yeah?
That is exactly what he did.
Oof, yeah, because it's all connected with this castle. You just want to castle, and then it's all like, okay, I'm pawn up, I will play bishop e7 after I will castle. But wait a second, because against check you are not allowed to castle.
Exactly,
yes. Yeah. How many times people have, I think there was this, in Reykjavik 2022 in the FIDE, you have been there assisting Fedosev, I believe.
Yes, I was there, yeah.
Yes, there was this when Wesley had this situation when he tried to castle against check or something. I remember there was some confusion there.
No, somehow the different position of the pieces confuses the players, even though the rules are fundamentally the very same.
Yes, but here I'm bringing the rook over to f8. What is the problem? The problem is you have to touch the king first, right? after check. That is a huge problem, yes. So this is the tragic news, what we are talking about, that after knight c3, rook a8 check, this is actually checkmate because you have no right to castle like this. You are under check. We already know that you have to touch the king first, and then where do you run? Nowhere. Yeah. It is a checkmate. Wow. Okay, so it was really a horrible blunder.
There's also no coming back from this since the position is very simplified.
Yeah, but it's a hard way because we had 1 hour 10 minutes on the clock. We are talking about a classical game. No reason at all to rush. This is one more special example that I think coaches will be showing to their young pupils, that you see what can happen even to top players if they rush. A mistake like this.
Yeah, he spent 10 seconds on
10 seconds, yeah. And maybe those 10 seconds he was walking around, I don't know. And then, yeah, that's it. Harika won her game. Yeah, so it's a huge win and a very big upset for Avandel Liang for no reason whatsoever. Maybe the game would have not been won, it would have ended in a draw, but he could have pushed, and instead he lost on the spot. Crazy. Okay, Magnus against Maxim. And there you go. Bishop is already heading back to c8.
Well, that is both good and bad news here.
Yeah, it is bad. Because, okay, it signals you shouldn't have done it, but at least it's good news that you acknowledge your mistake and you are trying to correct it.
I think Magnus played bishop e3, if I see this correctly.
This is the...
And we see that the queen is so well placed on g3, it might have gone there on its own without being poked with bishop a6.
Yes. Also in pausens are very tricky, this very typical queen d3, queen g3, or queen e1, f3, queen g3 ideas. And now Magnus's body language has absolutely changed. Let's just remind us what we have seen after move 4 when black played the move b5. It was a very sleepy Magnus. Magnus was not exactly happy. How should I treat the position and everything? And now there's a clear picture. Yeah, there's an absolutely clear vision for him how to proceed.
Yeah.
Let's just very quickly see these moves. Yeah, that was the moment when Magnus took his time. He finally opted for a3. And I wasn't so sure about knight b6 already. We speculated that maybe just waiting with queen e7 would be the smartest. And then, okay, bishop a6. No. There is no excuse for this move because it is just wrong. Queen g3, the queen moves away, so it's completely pointless. You cannot put the bishop just like this for an empty square. Bishop e2, wow, small little move, preparing castles. Getting rid of this problem. h5.
I am surprised he played h5 on his own. I would think that generally he would want to castle short and have white castle short.
It's a nervous move, this h5, no? It's a sign that something went wrong. You don't like the position with black. Or that he is saying that, you know what, I have trouble castling myself, but also your pawn on h4 is a weakness, but yeah, Magnus in element. Wait a second, where was the rook is on e1, so actually Magnus can castle here.
Absolutely.
Castle long and win the game. Because black will not be able to castle anytime soon, and then his king gets stuck on g8. Did Maxim completely forget about this? It could happen.
It is possible, yeah. Also, long castle is definitely a natural idea here. Absolutely
natural, and then white can follow it up with f4. I don't know. Millions of ideas will appear after long castle happens. As so often the case, this castling coming from the blue, it can just change the course of the game. It can just decide the game. Often also change the evaluation completely. I remember there was a game between Vincent and Magnus, I think, in Las Vegas. It was the very first round of the preliminary, the group stage. And Vincent has a very promising position. He was up on the clock, spends a lot of time, plays a move which he thinks it's very smart, but he missed the chance that Magnus can castle. And then from a very promising position with a lot of time on the clock, he got into a lost position with no time. Yeah. Just with one move by misjudging that in 5 moves time, black can castle.
Yeah, you have to stay aware of it at all times, especially here.
Yeah, Magnus himself revealed, and it is always so fascinating to hear his insights when he comes and joins us in the studio, that keeping in mind that where does castle lead us to is super important for evaluating all the positions, everything, to have a complete picture overview of what's happening. And yeah, Maxim knows it. Look at this.
Yeah, he definitely has significant pressure here with white.
No moves. No, actually, because the problem with this castle's business is that it fundamentally changes the position, everything that what you saw before and you relied on. And I'm pretty sure that he included h5, h4s moves. with the intention that, okay, I'm stuck with my king on g8, but white's king is also stuck. And then suddenly the king goes on the other side and white gets all the initiative.
Yeah, it's also going to be reasonably safe on c1. And white can then try to prepare for some g4 or potentially other moves. And in general, like just connecting the rooks, establishing better coordination it's a big step.
Yeah, very big step. By the way, a very big step has been done apparently by Luke van Wely. He's done to 11 minutes. He spent all his time, but did he actually somehow get out of that position? Because our computer is just playing tricks on us.
No, he gave a pawn, but he seems to have some coordination and compensation for it.
Yes, certainly, but you need an energetic, good move now. The rook is alive. Let's go back very quickly just to see we have seen this all. We are not commentating. Queen b4 was the move. Bishop b2, castles c3, queen d6, bishop c2. So it looks very promising for black at the moment, but somewhere Jan rushed things. f4, knight e4, queen h6, bishop a3, rook f7, and h4. Yeah, I was thinking about this h4 while we had this position that h4, knight g5, what is this? Isn't this counterplay? Then
he just took it, yeah?
He took it, knight c5, queen f6, now one bishop has gone. Apparently it was not the best, but knight b takes d7 is on the board, all to play for 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, the 10 minutes.
Yeah, what to do here? Because, okay, knight f5 is kind of tempting, but also very dangerous because some knight f3 checks, I don't know, it is way too complicated suddenly to calculate. What else do we have? Do we have some quiet little option? But yeah, if I already mentioned, let me just highlight that, yeah, knight f5 is a move that hits the bishop, opens up the rook, there is some pressure, but I don't know, of course black can just retreat. One of my concerns was knight f3, I couldn't calculate. G takes f3, queen g5, computer says, ha ha ha, thank you very much, king h2 and you design, my friend. I also saw this, but still, okay, when you are tired...
You still chose not to resign, yeah?
Exactly, yeah, and look, he is playing, and he plays the move queen b5. A very long-range move has been played, and Nyapo is moving up and down on his chair. What's happening? What is this queen b5? It does not feel right. When you sacrifice on h4, the action is on the king side. All this bishop takes f2s. What is happening?
Suddenly the king looks pretty vulnerable.
Nyapo was thinking like, wait a second, really against me?
Yeah. I'm thinking that he might even go something along the lines of c6. Just kind of inviting the queen to come in even further.
Yeah, but look at, I know Jan. He's looking like, okay, wait a second. I mean, there is no way you're going to survive this.
Yeah. No, he might actually take some time here to figure it all out.
No, he's about to make a move. Look at it, he cannot resist. He feels like, wait, what are you doing? Yeah, and he just played the move g6. Just played the move g6. Very interesting. Just g6. It's interesting. Yeah, okay, maybe this is also a good moment for us to take a small break because action is heating up. It's what kind of heating up? It's boiling in many boards, and soon it will be even more critical with time trouble approaching. We need to refresh ourselves.
Yeah, we will then come back and follow the games to their conclusions, and it's going to be a very, very fascinating round with many games still very much in the balance.
Yeah, see you soon.
lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
And we are back, and I'm not surprised at all that with devastating news that Luke Van Vele is in a lot of trouble. Seems like it's going to be a crushing mating attack. How on earth can you be so naive? I just cannot understand. Let's just track back to the moment where we left Queen b5, very shaky, inviting Bishop f2 check. Then Nyepo played this very nice stabilizing move g6, and maybe Luki felt like, wow, if Bishop f2 did not happen now, then it will not happen next. He invites it with King f1, and Nyepo did not wait for too long, included the move that Alex wanted to include as well, c6. Please take that pawn on b7, and now boom, Bishop takes f2, exactly as we have envisioned. After King takes f2, knight g4 check solves the pin issue because it's a check. King f1, knight e3 check. And after King g1, knight e5 comes with a tempo. The rook is hitting the queen. So queen a6 is only move. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can see how Nyepo is leaning on the chessboard, that the checkmate is mine. I'm going to deliver it. Alex, I know you had a big calculator.
Oh, no.
What are you thinking? How are you going to finish it off if you would be black?
I mean, what you have to think about is going queen g5. Yeah. And
He just takes on c2.
he just takes, yeah, okay.
He just takes c2. He's
Is that a knight f3 coming in?
He's very
Is that
cynical.
his idea?
But knight c2, knight f3, gf. The
Queen
knight,
g5,
and then
king f1.
king f1.
Yeah, I don't see it
You-
yet. So after knight c2, he would will go what, f3, I suppose.
f3. Yes,
Yeah,
he just
f3 has to be it.
Yeah, he loses the knight away and pushes f3. Yeah, that's it. The f3 square. You sense it, and yeah, this should be it.
There is simply no way, yeah?
There's no way. f2 is a threat. gf, knight f3, or anything else. Queen g5. Name it.
You would have to kind of hide your king on f1, but the problem is if you move the rook anywhere that is not f1, even f takes g2 might be crushing.
Well, if you could castle now, then we would talk, yeah? But the king moved
The king
already
moved several times, yeah?
several times, yeah. So this is impossible.
It
And,
might be the desperate attempt still castling, even though it's illegal, yeah?
and Nyepo is just enjoying life. He has still more than 2 hours on the clock. Luke is losing on the board, on the clock. And it all started out as an innocent, symmetrical position.
Yes. Just goes to show, even if the position is symmetrical, doesn't mean it's boring. And initiative is always a very important factor.
And it's a very tricky kind of situation. Yeah, knight c2, f3. I don't know, this is not yet the live position. Luke is thinking after knight takes c2, which means this was completely missed by him. If it's 3 minutes on the clock or 3.5 minutes after knight takes c2, you just realize that, wait a second, after the most natural only move, knight takes c2, f3, I'm in a lot of trouble.
But, I mean, playing another move isn't really an option, is it?
Yeah, then you just resign, you stop the clock right here, right now. if you don't take back on c2. Rook takes e5.
What could he even be thinking about? Like,
No.
there is no real move, right?
Yes, there is no real move. But maybe we'll play rook e5. I don't know.
It doesn't really stop f3 though, does it? Rook takes
No.
e5, knight takes c2.
I
and
only have
f3, yeah.
one check, but this is just a check. And it's over. No, but come on, Luki. No, he will be very upset with himself. Losing from this position in 24 moves. Yeah, he takes on c2.
Nepo plays f3 instantly.
Instantly, of course.
I think we can stay with this game because Nepo will not be taking his time here, no matter what happens.
Exactly. And I read some comments, people took it a little personal that in the first round we stopped covering Nepo's game after these 5 moves when he was already winning, and we assumed that, okay, that's it, there is no, no action. Well, we simply knew that there is nothing to talk about, it's game over. Well, it is game over right here, right now, but this one we will finish till the end, and also here Nepo is beating King Luke. That's a different story. But what a massacre it became from this position, yeah? Ever since that f5 happened, we saw the body language, the worry on Luke's face. Then it seemed like he's coming out, and according to computer, he had chances, but he was also way behind on the clock, and in this crazy type of positions, Nepo is just so much in his element.
Also, if you think about it, there is probably a person who played the longest game of any round. And that game lasted about as much as all 3 of Nepo's games.
Yes.
Of which Nepo will score 3 out of 3.
Exactly. And if you add together, by the way, look, the clock is down to 15 seconds. If he lets it run down, maybe this is the best thing that can happen. No, he takes on e5 first. But basically,
I believe the computer sees a forced mate.
And look at Nepo is also kind of laughing that, okay, what shall I do? You really want to continue this now? I have to decide. Checkmate, winning, resignation, flag, I mean, name it. Yeah, and he just picks it up with a queen, signaling that, okay, my friend, I think it's enough.
Yeah, f2 is a threat, and there is no way to defend against it.
Well, if Luki is really asking for it, then go for queen c6, f2, king f1, queen e1, checkmate.
No, I believe he will resign. He is not going to play out to mate for any reason.
He should resign. We are not angry. We are happy if you. That's it, because this is just pain. This has to end. Wow, and Nepo 3 out of 3 with.
In very dominating fashion, you have
very
to say.
Very dominating. And look at, Luki is smiling at, what have I done?
Now we need Peter the interpreter again.
Yeah, Jan is tricky to read. It's not so easy. Is he suggesting, I think he's now suggesting some ideas for Luke, just to feel him, to make him feel even more miserable. Yeah, that actually you had chances. You could have played this. I gave you chances. And look at this. Look, is really. I had those chances. Yeah. Oh no. Wow. You gave me those chances.
Nepo also very tricky, sometimes pointing with his finger, sometimes with the pen. Not so easy to see what he is implying.
Yeah, and then Nepo feels like, okay, do I have to tell you all the moves? Yeah, why are you not doing it yourself? Yeah, very impressive win. And we know if Nepo starts winning, if he's on the run, then he's extremely dangerous and a fantastic player, and it's a treat to cover his games. So let's see some more brilliances from Nepo in the tournament. And for Luki, I believe this will be the end of the road, because it is extremely difficult to recover from a game like this. I don't know, it's a psychological shock that you just got crushed like this for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, I think it is generally hard when your opponent played in a way that suggests that like he's playing kind of like rapid chess. We understand, all of us know that this is Nepo's style, that this is how he puts the pressure, but still it feels sometimes that he isn't taking this 100% seriously, and it can be very hard to continue playing.
Yeah, and it's still a massacre. Yeah, it became a massacre after seemingly Nepo not caring about the game at all. No, it's crazy, absolutely crazy. I feel like Luki might be asking that maybe I should also visit this commentary room. This is not a bad job at all. Yeah, I'm always ready to wait for Luke whenever he's ready.
If he can switch in for the games on Monday, I can substitute him. Yeah, we just switch places.
Yes. Or maybe you substitute him from tomorrow, yeah? Because then you volunteer. Look, what do you think? Yeah, should I take your spot? Yeah, no, this really hurts. It hurted so badly to see Luke lose like this. It was just.
Oh, we have the bishop back on a6.
Yeah, this is
dancing back and forth.
This is a pain as well. This is a strategical pain, and Magnus' only problem is that probably he feels like I can do this, I can do that. All of that looks so promising, so good, but I can only choose one. What about still the castle business? I'm still very attracted to castling.
I'm not sure because bishop a5 is on the cards now, and you would have to deal with it somehow.
That is okay, let me just show, because it's such a fancy move, castles, and bishop a5, the way to try to create something. But first of all, I'm not even afraid of bishop takes c3 bc. If it's dangerous, I will be, and it's anyway my move. I could even play the ultra stylish knight db1, would be my kind of lake of finesse. You want bishop a5, but you already compromised your structure. Let me even put it, what does computer think about the move? Cemento.
Yeah, it is very, very solid. But
super, and f4 is coming. f4 is coming, super cemento, and then we will just checkmate the opponent.
Perhaps, yeah, but on the other hand, you are not, I'm not sure, I think Magnus isn't going into this position very easily. He would want to check before he commits to something like this.
Yeah, he will, but I really hope that he does, because to me it is so tempting, yeah, if I have the chance. And he's always talking about this, that it was so nice, and it was smiling. On me it smiles that I know that long castle provokes bishop a5 and I can play knight db1. I'm the happiest person alive immediately if I can play a move like this. It is just beautiful. And punish and highlight that, excuse me, but you have spoiled everything and you have no perspective whatsoever against my king.
Yeah, there isn't really an attack there, but still, to actually do damage.
He does
goes
d5.
for something else, yeah.
Okay. He does something else, fair enough.
Yeah, we see d takes e5.
I would still not be surprised if he actually steals castles, but yeah, I wanted to keep the tension for the moment.
Is queen takes e5 a move or not? Because like instinctively we would like to probably keep the structure more compact,
but it runs into bishop f4, no?
Just bishop f4, yeah?
Queen e5, bishop f4.
That is very direct, yes.
And strong, I guess.
And there is no point there, yeah?
Yeah, queen d5, knight f3, and no, the structure is just falling apart.
Knight f3, queen b6, that's way too much, right? Yeah. Okay, no, we're not doing this. No, then d takes e has to happen.
D takes e also happened. This is the position, and okay, yeah, now Magnus can decide. He also has this f3, queen f2, just coming back and win on the diagonal. Yeah, of course, he probably will not do it because he wants more, but even f3, queen f2 is for sure plus minus.
I think the problem isn't so much for him that to prove an advantage. He has an advantage, obviously, but I think kind of cashing in on it is very hard. To really get something more tangible than just, okay, all my pieces are very nice and I can maneuver them in any way I want.
But he's sitting very comfortably. He's super happy for a reason. Yeah, it's a fantastic position. Everything under control. Black's pawn structure is damaged. That is one of the worst things that can happen. I really feel it's very important to learn the fundamentals like this. Yeah, that the pawns are the soul of the game. Be careful of your structure. Keep them intact, nice, flexible, and so on. Because if you end up in a ruined structure, it's a hopelessly lost position in the long run.
Well, you're saying that as if it's always true, but in general, yes, of course, you have to watch your structure very carefully. This is probably the moment for him, though, where he has to decide if he goes short or long castle.
Yes. But okay, short would allow
I mean, right now,
yes.
yeah, right now it's not possible. But
Exactly.
he can definitely enable it with some move like bishop g5 or something along
Yeah,
those
or
lines.
knight f3 and
Yeah.
yeah, castle. But still, I just feel like I would like to be more energetic. And funny enough, long castle and knight db1, I feel that it's very energetic. Yeah, it's seemingly passive that it moves backward, but I get all the squares and everything, and I will regroup my pieces. I can also double on the d file later on. And
That
knight f1 was
we
played.
did, okay, we did not look at this move.
Not at all.
Is it going to g3?
Yeah, but then with queen f3, knight g3, but no, I don't. Then I will just play g6.
But then where else would it be going?
Yeah, that's a big question.
It might be going to e3, but he needs to vacate the square first. This is what I would imagine more likely.
That's a very strange move. It's a very strange move. Of course, yeah, Magnus is just so happy that he has this fantastic position, but exactly this? Okay. It's his choice.
I'm also thinking, what if we play a move that like queen b7? Is White's position so strong that he can ignore it? Or would you go bishop c1 and then just knight e3?
No, bishop c1, then you might get this bishop b6. Of course, yeah, if knight e3, knight f5 is so strong, then bishop b6 is nothing, but I don't know, intuitively it's a bit strange, but... Okay, black only has one way to have a normal position, if that knight lands on e6, yes?
Yeah.
Basically, that would be the game changer if that knight would reach somehow e6, and then you have access to d4, f4 squares,
Well,
dynamic is there, but this is too
honestly,
long.
even f8 would already do it. Could go to g6. But
Yes.
you need to find a way to activate it.
And Magnus's move with knight f1 is a little slow. It might give some time.
Could we play knight d7 here?
Yes,
Or
I want to play
are
knight
we afraid
d7.
of bishop a7?
No, forget about the pawn. If you know, I have this rule that if I think like I'm strategically lost, then I don't care about pawns, yeah? Then I
but
close my eyes and...
Does White care about the pawns, though?
Well, but if you take, I play knight b6 and I trap your bishop. And you will have to give the dark square bishop.
You did not even for a second consider c5 to actually trap the bishop, yeah?
Well, but then I give the d5 square and
Yeah,
no.
but Peter, chess is played move by move, no?
Yes, but okay, first I rely on my feelings, and you know, it's if I already don't like bishop a7, knight b6, then why should I start even spending time on c5 to figure it out, yeah? Okay, just for our audience, what we are talking about, that, yeah, what happens if White picks up this pawn? According to computer, it's possible, but this is not the soul of the game. I was claiming that knight b6, bishop b6, and suddenly getting the dark square bishop. If I have already given up on this game, that I'm strategic lost, I'm gonna lose, and then I get some kind of counterplay, which might be bad, but at least it's counterplay, I feel myself as a winner already.
Yeah, but maybe Lagarde hasn't given up on this game just yet.
Well, he should have. He should have.
Yeah, it's already way past hopeless.
He should have, because sometimes giving up on the game helps you make good decisions. Yeah, it's not like giving up on fighting. Yeah, you just deep inside acknowledge already that yes, I have played badly, but okay, the game is gone. However, I will put as tough resistance as possible. Yeah, that the mindset shifts. Yeah, and then you are willing to sacrifice pawn, for initiative, for some
I think
compensation.
it's a bit too early for that kind of mindset, though, because White doesn't have big direct ideas. He wants to move the bishop and play knight e3. It's not the end of the world, yeah.
Yeah, that is not. This knight f1 is a little slow. That's why I feel like, okay, I want to use this chance. Because Magnus did not play long castle, he played knight f1, it's a little slow, it's a good move, it's a systematic move, but it gives black some chance to create counterplay. At least that's what I would hope for with black.
Maybe Lagarde, what is he thinking about? Some bishop b6 or bishop a5? Because, again, knight d7, I also wouldn't be too worried about bishop a7, and I might actually play this one. But he must be considering other moves, especially since he is going rather low on time.
Yeah, he's down to 15 minutes. I also feel like while we are waiting for his move, it's such a difficult moment for him. Let's get the bird's eye view to have an overview a little bit of what's happening on the other boards.
Yes, here we are. No results except from the Nepo game yet.
Yes, Bortnik is in a lot of trouble, I guess. He managed to, however, sacrifice the exchange, so he's relying on some blockade, but okay, this shouldn't be.
Yeah, it looks like all he has is the bishop on f4, which is strong, but it's probably not enough to hold in the long run.
Wow, computer gives -3 point something, so maybe there is some direct knight c4 e3 breakthrough, or I don't know. All right, so what did Maxim do? Yeah, he played the move knight d7. I think this is absolutely right. It was the only move you have to, once we notice that the knight has to go to e6, it's the only way to try to create the mess in the position that helps you to navigate. What else do we have? Hushembet against...
They are playing this kind of symmetrical endgame, and I would say, I don't know, I actually like what Duda has done there. But
I like what Duda. I wanted to actually praise Nicholas that whose move is it now? It's black. That can I play some bishop g4?
It is white to move. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Basically I think that this position, if it's black to move, you praise black. If it's white to move, then we might be thinking that wait a second, bishop g4, pawn on b7 is vulnerable, e6 square. There is at least something to play with. No?
I was thinking bishop g4. No, maybe I cannot do that, yeah? Could I maybe just go knight d8? Or is that asking too much?
Okay, but it's a bit passive.
It is, yeah, but I just, I want to somehow just keep the bishop on c1 locked in.
No, wait a second, knight d8 loses, yeah? I take on d7 and knight d7. I take
d7?
on c8,
yeah?
And then knight d7, and I give rook e8 check, and I collect your knights.
That is correct, yes. Okay, so bishop g4 is a natural move.
It's a tricky move, but okay, let's forget about it because okay, this is fighting for some tiny little advantage on the board.
Yeah.
Let Duda fight this move. We continue Vincent against Georg Mayer. That's a very sharp kind of position.
That opened up in a most unexpected way, I think.
Yes, now black is actually going all in. He knows that he's actually probably losing, so he has nothing to lose anymore. He just reached this phase.
I'm not sure. Did Georg play g6 himself, or how did this?
Yeah, we will check it out. I think we have to head there because Magnus's game after knight d7 we have already discussed. The game is still on. It looks good for him, but still to play. And what about Chopin against Nihasarin?
What is even the material there? What is going on?
Okay, black seems to be fine. Seems to be very fine, yeah? Because this knight on d7, pawn d6, f6 construction against bishop on c2. Yeah, let's head to Vincent.
I think so, yeah.
We haven't seen that game too much. The situation changed. Yeah, AB bishop b5 just happened. Everything that Georg is relying on is this pin against White's king. If the king would be on h1, it would be probably automatic game over. But after d takes c4, he's counting on just bishop c6 retreat, or there is also some tactical shot. No, probably just bishop c6, no?
Yeah, bishop c6 is probably what he has in mind. Even here, though, White can just play bishop c2, no?
Bishop c2, rook f7, for example.
Now, there is some respecting before going knight d2 or something. I'm a little worried, but might still be playable, yeah?
Vincent, I think, captured the pawn, yeah? So we are seeing our line.
Bishop c6 also on the board.
Also on the board, everything is logical. Yeah, Georg is famous for always keeping his clock under control. Yeah, that he's always up on the clock. That will give him practical chances, even if the position objectively looks bad.
No, but at least he is down a pawn, but every piece he has some potential, especially if he goes rook f7, then suddenly he's no longer pinned.
Yeah, and then knight h7 comes alive as well, yeah, this threat of hitting that dark square bishop. So let's not get fooled by the computer's evaluation. This is much more sharp and much more complex than what engine is telling here.
Maybe knight d2 here is a better move, so after rook f7 we could play rook hf3.
Ah, wow, that is then the harmony, because then the knight on f6 is not able to move, and yeah, that's what Vincent does, and he stares at Georg that, I know your plan, and Georg says, oh no, yes, I wanted rook f7, knight h7, yeah, this combination, let's just put it on the board for 1 second, that if white starts like this, rook f7, knight d2, knight h7 is humanly the situation where things are getting out of control. If you get access to the dark squares, you eliminate that bishop on g5, it's a new game, a completely new game, but Vincent said no, and with his stare, he signaled that I know you want rook f7, and as Alex highlighted, I'm going to pin you with rook hf3, and then it's basically game over, because the bishop on g5 becomes a monster.
And you also struggle very much to unpin this knight ever. The pieces are just not in the right spot for that.
Yeah.
I think the live position is after knight d2, right?
Yeah. It is just one tempo, yeah? Chess, after all, is about tempo play. Georg is a tremendous strategist. His whole opening repertoire with all these rates, with everything, always structures, good pieces, harmony, no weaknesses, and so on, but here now he's faced with a lot of trouble. He was just one move away from stabilizing.
Yeah, perhaps he will have to play something, let's say, rather passive. For example, rook f7 and king g8 and rook h7 to just get out of the pin. But it doesn't seem like a good way. Maybe he can play queen a8, rook f8, but if white gets the time to play king h1, knight d5, it might be game over.
Exactly. I actually feel that it is game over now after knight d2. Practically speaking, it's over, and also you can see Vincent looking aside like, okay, guys.
Looking at the camera, what are you looking at us here? I'm already done, yeah?
Yes, everything is under control. I just played knight d2, the last final touch. The beautiful touch, rook hf3 is coming, which I have prepared already with h4, rook h3 back then. I have sensed all this coming. Yeah, these top guys have this confidence. They are already not intimidated. Playing on the stage, they like this kind of environment they are used to. I remember those days when we had these PCA rapid qualifiers, and many of the people, this was in the middle of 90s, yeah, 94 till 96, there was this PCA series. I have also played the qualifiers myself, and it was always very hard fought with very strong players, but those who were playing very well in the qualifier, they were not used to playing on the stage in front of 800 spectators in a theater under this special lighting and so on. And then you are a good grandmaster with 2600 something, and then 800 people is seated there, the lights are off, the moderator with his microphone is announcing Garry Kasparov, you know, and ladies and gentlemen, the greatest player of all times, Garry Kasparov, and then Garry storms in, lights on, applause of 800 people, and that's it, finished. The poor guy who would play against Gary in an open tournament, where Gary has to fight shoulder to shoulder with other players to write his score sheet, would have a very tough fight against this person.
Yeah.
But here the game is over before it starts. Yeah, it's just incredible.
Actually, the way you described it, it reminds me of the Weichensee round that was played not in Weich, but on the road. Because when I played there the last time in the Masters, we had a round in a theater with, like, as you described, kind of with the announcements and everything, and it was a very special atmosphere. I don't think many people played too well, but I think I won my only game in the Masters that year in this very round against Firouzja, which was far from a good game, to be fair, but I kind of feel the atmosphere that you described there.
Yes, and I also, knowing you, you are the one who excels in this. You like this kind of things. You also have a good score against Magnus. Let's say it, no? You played twice a draw with Black, or how was it?
That's
it
true.
was back then in the European Club Cup and then in Weichensee?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's down to me liking the setting in particular, but it worked out that particular time.
Yes. Yeah, because you just love this kind of stuff. Yeah, 2018. But wait a second, wasn't this when this whole short business was happening or something?
That was actually the very game before he played against me.
The game before, yes?
Yeah, and I didn't pay attention to it, but people later on took photos of his score sheet, and he wrote on the score sheet, absolutely no shorts allowed.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
yes.
that was the one there.
There was this crazy, yes, absolutely crazy confusion, and then you had to play. Yes, 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 incredible.
No, but here Georg is thinking, and his time advantage is melting away, and it's hard to imagine him coming up with anything to change the course of the game.
Wow, actually, so this, I don't know if it's secret information or not. Please tell me if it's secret or not. Yes, waiting for confirmation. Aha, secret. Okay, okay. Yes, it sounded personal. That yes, basically, Sotiris knows everything. He's everywhere in the middle of action. Yeah, it's. I remember that during the pandemic, we did all these Magnus tours and like this with mostly with Tanya and with Sotiris, and we had this team. And then I was always saying, and Sotiris says this, Sotiris says that, you know, and people are, who is Sotiris? Yeah? Who knows everything? And
Yeah.
yes, it is. Yes.
Always in the background, but
Always.
always with the hand on the pulse. Yeah?
Exactly. Yeah, it's incredible help and always an incredible joy and pleasure to work with.
I think maybe we should go have a look at the bird's eye view again.
Yes, because this is a massacre now.
Georg is desperately trying to find something, but it will take time if he finds it.
And wait a second, breaking news. Magnus went pawn hunting. He went bishop takes e7, knight b6. It might backfire.
And you are laughing at the idea, yeah?
Okay, because this is a no-go. This is a no-go, guys.
No chess culture, yeah?
No, chess culture, yes, but misjudgment. Why on earth? Why on earth? Okay, now it's all about Maxim. He's not only fighting for himself, he's fighting for me as well, yeah? To prove that, practically speaking, this gave him chances. I don't know, I'm just still kind of shocked. And I wonder if it would not be a double round open tournament, then would Magnus have ever played like this? Or did he get affected?
Maybe, yeah. I think we should maybe check if there are any more results on the boards below number 6.
Yes.
And then we can zoom in on one of the boards again.
Absolutely.
Oh, I see that there is a result, and it is not one that ratings would suggest.
Wow, Benjamin Bok beat Aravind. Because Aravind blundered badly. Yeah, this already Sotiris with his eagle eyes noticed long ago. We forgot to pass this information to you guys. Okay, Abdusattorov is putting pressure. But what about this Fedosiev game against Ten Hertog? What is happening? Okay. Because I see a knight on a2. There was something on h2, but yeah, now situation clarified.
Yeah.
Maxim Vachier-Lagrave has won against Artur Yusupov. Yeah, that was a very one-sided game. Look at this final position. It tells the whole story. This whole basically doing the Magnus that Magnus did yesterday, or he wanted. This c3, b4, a4, a5, and then a6, bishop a4, pin, and game over.
It will be very interesting to hear if Maxim actually had the same ideas there that he came up with on his own, or if he was actually inspired by Magnus' first round game.
Yes, very interesting. What else? The Parham game that we so much enjoyed at the beginning, that the two fanatics.
It is still very much on, yeah, and they just traded queens.
Yeah, traded queens, and black has this bishop f6 move after rook takes c1. And how is white reacting to that? That is my big question.
I think he has to play rook d1, no? Or is there something else?
Yeah, he has to play rook d1, and then white is better, but how much?
White is threatening bishop b7, yeah?
Yeah, is he?
I think so, because you could just trap your own bishop on a6. Yeah,
but also after bishop b7, I have some c5 business. I don't know. It's it just creates a mess.
I think it is a very unclear position, because against the two bishops you have to be super careful to not allow anything.
Yes, I think that you should just keep this bishop on c6. Maybe you just play rook d1, king g2, because what are black's useful moves?
And start kind of pushing the pawns, yeah?
Yes, king f3 and so on, because black will eventually have to worry about rook b8, I mean bishop b7, so maybe rook b8 will have to be played, which is a very sad move. Okay, so in any case, Maxwell is putting pressure.
Yeah.
Harika has won thanks to this terrible blunder by Avander, and Mendonça against Christopher Noé. Yes, he's Christopher.
Yep, Christopher Noé.
Yeah, Christopher Noé.
I believe he, did he become a GM recently? I'm not entirely sure, and I can never remember who scored their norms already and who didn't.
Yeah, but you know the reason why I remember very much that is Christopher Noé, because for a very long time I somehow put him in my mind as a very good player, who I don't understand why he does not have more rating than he has. Mm-hmm. This is from some, I don't know, 6, 7 or maybe more years.
Oh yeah, here we see it now that he actually did become a GM in 2025. So congratulations to him at this point again.
And wait a second, Kamalidenova, who has beaten Rauf Mamedov, is having a very interesting position against Kartikeyan. Very interesting position.
What is happening there? Material is balanced, yeah?
It's balanced, but exactly for this reason it looks promising for white.
You know, if I didn't know, I would have guessed that this was just an old regular King's Indian and not any kind of freestyle game.
Yeah, it has similarities. Basically, it's much more a classical normal game than a freestyle one, judging from the position.
Again, we see that people stick to their guns. Kartikeyan is a King's Indian player, to some degree at least. So, yes. in the end, you still end up where you wanted to go.
So Kadric went g5. Okay. What about Abdusattorov? Wait a second. What has happened there?
I think Abdusattorov.
Did Movsi just blunder something?
Was his position ever okay?
No, I don't know, but I did not expect
I felt like Abdusattorov had a good position from the very start.
Yeah, he had, but that it is over on the spot.
Yeah, just king takes e1 and queen h7 will be coming.
Yeah, you can actually choose, yeah? You want queen h7 or king e1?
In any case, he collects the kingside pawns and that will be all.
That's it. Yeah, so after visiting all these games, I think we can conclude that probably we can go back to the main games.
Yeah. To
the games on the stage, and maybe also the Magnus's game is very interesting now that suddenly there is a fight. At least in my mind there is a fight. And I want to see this because I feel that this is extremely instructive. And I haven't really seen Magnus misjudging something so badly than this.
Yeah, we see that the king got himself safe on h7, and suddenly all of black's pieces are more or less playing, yeah?
Okay, the bishop on b6, and there is g6. The knight on e3 is not landing on f5. How on earth? Why? I just cannot believe. I think that if Magnus would not come, or it would be someone else's games, he would be very critical of why had White done this. It was completely unnecessary.
The problem is he might be very critical of himself right now, because strong players usually understand when something went wrong, and if he sees this now, he could be thinking, what did I do that my position is suddenly no longer the full control I had?
Yeah, the good news is, however, that yes, he understands this, and then he corrects it, and probably he will find the way how he sees that no way I can lose the game after this, and there is still something left for me to play, and then we'll try to squeeze out that position where he feels like he cannot lose. But okay, I'm not saying that black is playing for a win. I just say that before it looked strategically so bad, and I was very pessimistic, and now there are very good chances of having serious counterplay, which should maybe be enough for a draw.
I'm thinking though, what does he tend to do? We see a move.
Queen f3. Did he play queen f3?
Did he?
It was a small little move, yeah. So
Okay.
he probably wants to play g3, king g2, just to protect the pawn.
Yeah, just protect the h4 pawn.
Yes. But okay, I will put the rook on d4. Yeah, I play king g7, rook d4, rook h d8. And then he will be kicking it with knight e2. Okay, queen f3 was a very nice touch.
Yeah, so if, I think we can just make a few sample moves.
Yes,
Something
king
like
g7,
king g7,
yeah, protecting
g3.
g3.
Let's say rook d4, or do we go bishop
Wow,
d4?
wait a second, yeah, engine is already so critical.
I think maybe we just go bishop d4, yeah?
Just bishop d4, yeah?
There's no magic here, yeah?
Yeah, but okay, there cannot be magic, yeah, because the two knights are controlled. Yes, the bishop on a6 is not playing, but it protects the weakness on c4. It does its job, and we have the dark square bishops.
Yeah, if the knight ever moves away from c3, the bishop on a6 might be right where it's supposed to be.
But okay, then what are we seeing here? And knowing also Maxime, who is a very dynamic player, I just couldn't believe it. It did not add up that why on earth would Magnus do something like this? It's not his style to give his opponent chances. Yeah, so king g7. Okay, after queen fc, what else could be he going after?
We see some other move, I think. We
other
see
move.
rook d4.
Rook d4 immediately.
I'm not sure if this is the play. I would generally think keeping more rooks on the back rank would be better, but
Oops, this is our line.
before this one, yeah, here rook d4 is live position, yeah. Okay.
But it's also a good move, because then just rook h d8.
Yeah, I think the only thing that he needs to avoid is to trade all rooks. If he does that, then suddenly I think white is back in control again. Do you think knight e2 allows some kind of forced thing along the lines of c3?
Yeah, there is a lot to calculate. Yeah, knight e2, c3, who knows where does it lead us. And when I look at this position, I remember that last year there was a game between Magnus and Niels Grandelius, which I felt that Magnus was in some danger, which finally ended well for Magnus, but it was very tricky. And then I'm thinking, like, where is Niels Grandelius? And if he's not here, who is such an incredible chess fanatic and chess lover, that means that he's probably helping someone, the candidates.
It's entirely possible, yeah.
He's a great theoretician as well.
Yeah, I don't know if he actually is, but I can very well imagine it.
Yes. He's a very nice guy. Greetings to Niels. And of course also a great theoretician.
We see knight.
Knight a2. Okay, Magnus has to be Magnus now, because if he isn't, this will end badly. Knight a2, so he wants this c3, knight a2 to b4 kind of.
The question is though, what happens after c3?
He wants to provoke it, yeah? c3, bc.
Are we taking bc? Is that it?
I think so. Magnus will benefit from the fact that Maxim is low on the clock. I don't know, I just loved King G7 because then there was no reason to calculate anything.
Yeah, like here we are still a move away from being very solid, yeah?
Exactly. And now Magnus, of course, being Magnus, he spotted this knight a2. I think this is what he was actually playing for, that please play rook d4 and knight a2.
I'm not sure. What if we go king g7 here? Because h4 is hanging, no? But
okay, but then I'm getting time for all these knight b4 c3s, and the pawn on c4 will be vulnerable, no? So let me play knight b4 first.
bishop b5.
Bishop b5, okay, c3.
Takes.
Takes.
Okay, I'm just going to be greedy. Can I be greedy? Let's say queen h4.
You can, yes, and rook d7 is nothing, a4 is nothing, queen f4. Okay.
Because the bishop on b5 will not easily be kicked away.
Yes. Yeah, you have this queen f4 resource, yeah, that's kind of nice. So, apparently, here it was promising, but okay, c3 was the tempting move.
We could just play g3, yeah, and try to play c3 in the next move.
Yes.
Because
okay, let's try.
Maybe we achieved something here, but I'm not sure.
But yeah, somehow this tempo giving the tempo. No, I don't want to lose the tempo. But what exactly do I do? If not c3. Ah, I can play queen g3 now. I can play queen g3, and it's a triple fork, so you have to react to something.
Okay, but I can go king h7, no?
But we already concluded that the king belongs to g7 for stability reason.
Okay,
no?
but keep it on g7. How do you keep it on g7? Yeah.
But that's why I'm worried of queen g3. I can't keep it as I want. Wow. No, this is now maybe c3. I don't know. The c3 rook takes e4. Where does it lead? I'm a little bit too tired.
I would take this pawn, yeah,
to calculate all these kind of things. It is Magnus's responsibility to finish this game because he lost control, or he might not, but then he has to prove that he didn't. So this is the current position. After knight a2, we are wondering what to do with black. Down to 5.5 minutes. Clock is ticking, the position is out of control. Yeah, this rook d4.
Generally, Lagarde is very tricky, even with low time. I remember I actually spoiled a game where I was way up on the clock against him, and he still managed to trick me. But here, of course, it's just not so easy to see what exactly you're aiming for.
Yeah, and he's not happy. He's not happy. He just made some signs which was clear indication that this knight a2 has an effect on him. Understandably. And you remember your instinct was also just king g7, and then you want maybe to put the bishop on d4, yeah? It was your instinct.
No, I just thought that like bishop d4, rook b8 is a more ambitious try in a way, because the rook on d4, it can't do much unless white allows it to do something.
Yes. And we see Iverbar says it's equal, but I was very optimistic before, like black has enough counterplay when the computer did not agree. But now that computer says that it's all fine, I'm seeing good things for white. And especially in time trouble, this is exactly what Magnus is looking forward to, because he will force some move per move game, and black has to go for some line that he does not want because he's losing control. And maybe there is some way where he loses control and it is okay, but please find it. Even with half an hour on the clock, I'm not sure if it's easy to find.
Yeah, I believe the moves we checked are all okay for black, and it is kind of tricky sometimes when you see several moves that could be good, but you still have to decide, and again, you feel the pressure. Let's see, I think he will not go below like 2 minutes, because that would just be, I think, a little irresponsible. He might be calculating something after c3.
But c3, bc.
Yeah, and then that is the question. Yeah, rook a4 or something.
And then Oof. You know, it's kind of funny that as an older player, the problems is that your nerves are not as strong anymore. Yeah. So when I see this CC, BC, Rook A4, even if I don't see the refutation, my nerve just cannot really force myself even to think about it because I feel that it's wrong and I might be missing something and I cannot take this. That's why I'm searching for stability, you know, that I feel the strengths. Here I cannot blunder anything.
This is a position where you are already down a pawn and you might be down 2 if necessary,
Yes.
so we kind of have to roll with it.
But you have to be young to handle this position. Yes, I would have played King G7 instead of Rook D4, and I would be fighting for my position. But after Rook D4, Knight A2, I feel that you might be able to do that, but not me. And CC on the board. All right. Computer agrees. Maxim is still young. B takes C3. There is hope.
Let's see if he has the nerves for Rook A4. If
Yes.
Rook A4 is even a good move, yeah?
Oh, you know, it was also very funny. In 2014 at the Tromsø Olympiad, also on the board, I drew a game against Lech Wanglian, which was very kind of difficult. I had everything under control, but it looked difficult, and I had to make some tough decisions. And then my captain, after the game, came to me immediately there, that congratulations, it's great, because he knows from his experience that when you get older, you can very easily collapse in it. I said, okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So am I already so old? It was 12 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
it's just so funny. And I remember it was difficult navigating because everything was hanging, it was mysterious. But yeah, this position is very similar in this regard. There is no clarity.
Well, now at least we see Magnus has. Does he really have a choice? I don't think so. Yeah, he has to play Rook E1. So you just take, yeah. Just
Wow. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is it. I would not have the nerves, energy, anything to, even believe that I can pick up this pawn without getting punished.
But why not, yeah?
Okay, because knight b4 comes with a tempo, you jump out, king on h7, pawn on f7 vulnerable, targeted, bishop on a6 is shaky, pawn on c6 is hanging, you cannot move with the bishop to c8 because of knight c4.
Well, white also has pawns hanging on c3 and h4. It's not like it's all one-way traffic.
Yeah, okay. It's good for you that you can steal. That you can steal.
No, but I mean, Peter, if you need to go into a position where stuff is hanging, then you go into it, yeah?
Well, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't. No, don't force me to enter anywhere. No. Then already something went wrong before. I have to have the mastery that I don't let that happen.
You just play King G7 every single time, yeah?
Exactly. I'm using the prophylactic method, yeah, not to get into trouble where I have to suddenly then show these kind of things that I might already not have those skills. I remember when I think back that what I was saving when I was like 20 years old, I just cannot believe how could I have played like this. It's impossible, but I was getting away with. And there you go, knight b4 jump. White's play is so easy. That's my problem.
It is for exactly one move, yeah? If black blitzes out something like bishop b5 here, then you suddenly have to actually play a precise move.
Yes. If you blitz out, I hope that you won't be blitzing out, you will get confused. Because this bishop b5 also steps into all these c4s. Okay, there is bishop c4, I'm pinned, I understand, I can calculate, I see some things, but my nerve is not...
I think so, yeah.
He plays bishop, okay, young generation. That's why it's so difficult nowadays to win a game, because nobody wants to collapse. Yeah? Just everybody refuses to collapse. Yeah? You guys are fighting like a computer.
Think about it. What is white's advantage here except for the fact that he has an extra pawn?
Okay, but there are all these knight d5 moves. I see all these threats and I
didn't even see that, but I'm sure Maxime sees that.
Okay, knight d5, c d5, knight d5. The queen moves, I take on b6. If you take, queen takes f7 check. If
king
this
h6,
is not checkmate, then what? But king h6, and maybe it's not checkmate. I don't know, but... queen e7, followed by rook d6. Oh my god, I don't know. It's queen e7, rook a7, maybe you have... Okay, it's out of control. I'm just highlighting that, okay, there is so much to worry about. And there's older you get, you worry about everything. This was the... Oops, what? Instead of knight b6, there is a winning move. Wow, there's a winning... maybe just rook
Rook
b1.
b1, yeah. That's
Oh,
why,
just rook
why you have
b1.
to play some other move like queen,
Yes.
queen where, even queen a7 or something, yeah?
No, okay, I will not even analyze. Let's go back to the live position.
Okay.
Let's enjoy the show. I'm not calculating. I'm refusing to calculate anything. I'm a spectator. I let you do all the hard work. I'm leaning back. Please calculate, Alex. What's going on?
I mean, whatever is going on now is the moment of truth, yeah? That's why Magnus is taking some time, and he might take even a few minutes more. Because, again, if there's any one more move to play for black and he gets to play king g7 or rook c3 or whatever, then there is no advantage to speak of.
Exactly, this king g7, the mistake that Maxim has done not to have played king g7.
Oh, we'll see, yeah? We see so far that objectively this is all still fine for black.
Okay, now the evil bar is moving up higher and higher. Okay, it got stuck there, but I agree with the evaluation bar that, okay, maybe black survives, but it's scary.
Yeah, the question is, though, where is it scary, yeah? And that
By
is
itself,
yeah, but
it's
that is
scary.
what Magnus has to decide. Will he go
Yes.
knight d5?
Exactly,
If
he will, I think. Because long terms, again, you might be fine. Yeah, that's the point. But it just feels that it is so shaky that something should happen. And then can you calculate that in this knight d5, c knight d5, then which square would be the square?
I said I would go to a7
Ah, wow, all the way to a7,
to
yeah?
have bishop f2 if it comes to
Ah,
it.
wow, yeah, that's a clever. I will just show with arrows that knight d5, cd, knight d5, instead of panicking and collapsing, you have the move queen a7, when the same line that was unpleasant before hitting all the bishops, then Alex spotted this lovely bishop takes f2 resource, and then after queen f2, queen takes f2, we are heading towards a very drawish kind of end game. Wow, okay.
Potentially, yeah. It's a long line, and long lines usually can be improved on by a computer, but
But it has a soul and spirit.
yeah. So
I'm liking it.
also Magnus understands that if he plays knight d5, then the next 3-4 moves are coming out instantly. So he might be looking for other ways to pose problems while he's still ahead on the clock.
Yeah, but what other option white has here? Very tough. And imagine that this is the second game today. The players are already in their 7th or more than 7 hours play.
Except for Nepo.
Except for Nepo, yeah. And we see knight bd5.
Yes.
We see my line coming. cd knight d5, it's the same like knight d5.
It's not a surprise, and it shouldn't be.
It is the logical follow-up, cd knight d5. Let's just enjoy the show.
Let's see if we see queen a7.
Yeah, I think that once you mention the move queen a7, it feels like, yes, this is the right move.
It feels at least like it has some kind of safety net there, but
Exactly. Yeah, setting up this bishop f2 counter strike against rook b1. Of course, Maxim has to spot rook b1 as well, because it's so easy to get carried away that, okay, queen moves, white takes on b6, then white takes on f7, and then you calculate all this crazy complicated line, and then all of a sudden you miss the first move. And he's down to 3 minutes.
mhm.
The good news is that he's a calculator. He likes to play something like this with white, actually. I wouldn't be surprised seeing Maxim on the white side here.
He had similar positions against me with white usually.
Yeah, he had been my team. He was playing with us together in Deitzau.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
No,
but I already played with him next to me in the second Bundesliga when we just started out in Deitzau the season. And then we won it, beating Vierheim. That was a very emotional season. No, he plays Queen e6 and force for Rook b1. That's it. Have you seen Magnus's body language? He was very happy, very relieved. It hit him through the spine that, wow, that's exactly how I was hoping to.
yes.
And look at this. You see? Everything changed. He knows he's winning now.
Yeah, just one little decision where to put the queen, and it can make a huge difference here.
Yeah, in time trouble. Of course, you need like 15 minutes on your clock in order to be able to handle this crazy situation. Body language changed completely. Rook b1 will be played pretty soon. It is not the f7 weakness. It's so easy with little time on the clock to forget about something completely different.
Yeah, this is clearly the moment, and it looks like he's locked in. He will probably find it. Yeah.
Yeah, he will. But the problem with all this is that people who sees this game will think like bishop takes e7 was a good move because Magnus wins the game. And it worked out for Magnus, but please don't try this at home. Don't go pawn hunting like this.
We'll see. Maybe he will actually get tempted by something in the knight b6 lines, but
No, but one could see that he knows that there was a big difference between queen e6 or some other move, and that means that look at his. He basically wants to make the move already. And it's so pleasing. Yeah, this rook b1 will be a horror feeling for Maxim. And also this seating position means that he's very and rook b1 is played. Yes, you know, this signals that he's not calculating knight b6. He knows that I'm just double checking, and there you go, rook b8 played by Maxim. But now this is already very easy, simple calculation. Yeah, you take on b5 and you will have knight c7 at the end. Yeah, there you go. It's all blitzed out. Rook b5, bishop f2, queen f2, rook b5, and then knight c7, and finally f7 pawn, the vulnerable f7 pawn. Just that Black's king is missing the defense. It's kind of resigning territory.
I believe he might have missed it when he was going for this line, and then just didn't stop to check. Yep, we see resignation.
Yeah, resignation. Yeah, and Magnus shows queen a7. Exactly, Alex pointed out, queen a7.
We're seeing a lot of moves.
Yeah,
here.
this queen e7, rook a7, the line that we discussed, and then rook f8. Yeah, that was my first. Okay, I'm happy that I'm not completely stupid. I have calculated some lines that Magnus was showing also as critical.
Yeah.
We can maybe even quickly show them later on, because it was kind of.
There's also Jules Moussard in the background, enjoying his time.
Yeah, Jules will be saying that, yeah, man, how could you have played queen e6? Yeah, the players are still discussing because they feel that this was an emotional game. It shouldn't have ended how it ended.
Yeah, it was very tense, and it was maybe one move away from seriously challenging the so far perfect score. Yeah?
Yes. And let us just show now that the players have settled that the move after queen a7 which Magnus was showing the line that I was trying against queen e6 first, that when white takes on b6, queen takes f7, king h6. Ah, Jules is there. Jules wants to discuss. He's not letting Magnus go. And then queen e7. This was the line, rook a7, queen takes e5, and rook f8. Basically, both players calculated, Magnus calculated further. I think he was saying that this is probably still better for white. He can play maybe with rook I don't know exactly what he was gesturing. Some stabilizing move, and it still goes on.
In any case, white doesn't have any risk, yeah?
Yeah, white doesn't have any risk, and it's still kind of probably unpleasant with black, but this you can play.
Absolutely, yeah.
This certainly you can play, and wow, okay, Magnus actually got away with this. And I told you, rook d4, knight a2, no stability, no time. This is how I would have collapsed. I would have also played queen e6, blunder, rook b1. I would have been focusing on this position, thinking like, aha, what are the finesses here? And then boom, rook b1 resigns.
Yeah, gotta always stay aware.
Yeah, and Hans Niemann has won his game as well, and Vincent against Georg Mayer. Let's head there.
Yeah, let's head there, because Vincent is already very much down on the clock, and this looks a whole lot different from what we saw last.
Exactly, this is very much a fight. Finally, black got this knight h7 in, and things are out of control. Even white can lose this easily. It is so easy to blunder some trick. There is this mating attack, so knight takes e4 ideas are hanging in the air.
Yeah, let's see what Vincent does here.
Yes.
Does he just play bishop c2? It might allow knight g4. It's very, very tricky to play right now.
He got careless. Somehow I think he got careless. Yeah, with little time on the clock. This is crazy.
Do you think that maybe something like b4 is an idea? To kick the queen off the diagonal?
I just want to see the last two moves. So the queen from nowhere came. That was the point, that this queen c5 happened out of nowhere. The queen was on b8, and Vincent is shocked.
Yeah,
he's shaking his head.
He's very nervous.
He cannot believe, because it can ruin his tournament. This can just ruin your tournament. This is a typical tournament. As long as you keep on winning, everything is good. But if one moment things get out of control, everything can fall apart. Because you are getting very tough opponents everywhere, and the pressure is immense when you have already lost some points. So will he go back knight f3? No, he plays bishop c2.
Okay.
Protects the e4 pawn, but yeah, this is so shaky. This is so incredibly shaky.
Now the question is, does black just play a non-move like a5, or does he want to go for knight g4?
Yes. It's a very tough question.
Because I don't think there's a way to easily improve the position. Because
okay, g3, king g2 would be my kind of dream scenario.
I actually meant for black.
Ah, yes, yes, yeah. But since you mentioned the move like a5 or like this, like just stabilizing and giving me a move, I would be dreaming of g3, king g2, but I also have to check that after g3 what changed, not that suddenly some tactic worked for you. But I think I can play g3.
And Georg still has a little bit of time, at least compared to Vincent's 2 minutes.
Yes, and of course now this is one of the toughest things in modern chess also with 30 seconds increment, that you have to control your emotions, you have to control your nerves, because you cannot afford to make a mistake, because with 30 seconds increment, a mistake is decisive. In my time, in time trouble, things were a little bit different. You could let go because you knew that, okay, it's finally a time scramble, and if you are missing something, your opponent can also miss something. Nobody can play perfect.
Yeah, I actually dislike these increment time controls, but that is just a personal opinion. I believe people should have the right to waste their time if they so choose.
Yeah, well, all my body, my whole organism is actually used to play without increment. Yeah, so for me, I always felt like the 30 seconds is my enemy and it is the friend of my opponent. Yeah, because
but you did land in time trouble a fair bit, no?
Yes, but time trouble, when there is no increment, it means that it lasts like 10 minutes.
Yeah, and then it's over. You get your extra time. Or the
Exactly,
game
and
is
then
over,
I
yeah?
can calm down and I can get ready for another 2 hours of fight. Yeah, it's no problem. But with this artificial 30 seconds increment, it means that the pressure on your heart is prolonged to a much longer kind of range. And here with this time control, once you are down to 2 minutes, it is still the end of the game.
Yeah.
It is brutal. It is not like reaching move 40 and then you get 30 minutes extra.
Yeah, you have to reach the end of the game, however that may be.
Yes. So that's why I feel that this 30 seconds, the young generation is actually benefiting so much more because they stay calm. They don't even consider this as a real-time trouble, yeah, because they are so used to getting the extra amount of time. Safety net.
Let's see, Georg is investing a lot of time here, probably considering knight g4.
Because, yeah, he wants to use the moment, yeah? He needs to use the moment. Knight g4 is a tempting kind of move. How do we react to knight g4?
I think we kind of have to take and
Yeah.
play g3, and black will go knight f6, knight h5
And knight
potentially,
h5,
yeah?
exactly.
And we'll
And
see,
he's about
he
to,
goes
yeah.
for it, yeah?
He goes for it, yes. This is the typical move. Yeah, Vincent takes it. Do you include rook f1 or not?
I don't think there's a reason to.
Yes.
We can always do it on the next move.
Yeah, ag.
There's a move king h2, but I don't think it really profits from anything here because
Yeah, it is a very tough move. Intuitively for me also g3, but with g3 you also have to calculate rook f3, but rook f3 we ignore king g2. That probably isn't the problem. But then knight f6 and it's a cemented rook there and knight h5 is coming.
actually, yes, yeah, you have to be very careful.
Very dangerous.
g3, rook f3 might be a kind of a trap here.
This is crazy. Rook f3 because white can never take because of the checkmate, and then after king g2, knight f6, white cannot take because of queen g1 checkmate, and then knight h5 is coming. How is Vincent surviving this? How is Vincent surviving this? Now I'm extremely nervous.
Maybe you can go queen e1 after rook f3, but I wouldn't rely on this with the idea of bishop d1.
Yeah, with 1 minute on the clock. Is there some easy move? Queen e1 immediately? No, okay, he
goes
plays
g3.
g3.
Yep. Georg will spot this. He will
He
go
will
rook
play
f3.
rook f3, yes.
Yeah, he understands the need to put the pressure here.
And this is now so much structural play, yeah, which is Georg's main strength, I believe. Rook f3, let me put it with arrows. Rook f3.
To be fair, you could also just go knight f6 first, but I think he will go for it. Yeah.
He will go, yeah, because this is the human move, yeah. If you can land the rook on, and look at how Vincent is looking at the board in a total state of shock.
I'm thinking that perhaps bishop d1 is what you'd have to do here.
Bishop d1, yeah. I mean, there is also this king g2, knight f6, bishop d2, knight h5, bishop e1 kind of defense, but it's ooh.
Yeah, it allows rook e3 potentially.
Yes, but then...
g4 is hanging, I see
yeah,
it. Yeah,
but then rook f2, I mean, rook takes e1, and then this f2 square is, queen f2 is coming. There, king g2 played.
Okay.
Knight
Soon
f6.
yeah, knight f6 is an only move.
Will be blitzed out.
And we are reaching the moment of truth very soon.
Yes, knight f6.
I think here Vincent has to find the way to defend.
But bishop d1 runs into knight takes e4.
Yeah, here it's already too late.
Yes. So basically then probably he will rely on this bishop d2, bishop e1. But yeah, this rook e3 was driving me crazy. I couldn't calculate.
I'm very scared if he goes for this. No, he plays something else. He plays
Yeah,
queen e1.
Yeah, at least protects this mate, and now he's setting rook takes f3. Yes, this is a stabilizing move. Oof.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a stabilizing move. Yeah, probably white is out of danger. Calm little move.
It's not so easy to keep the initiative going, yeah?
Yes, keeping the G1 square, and now the pressure is on Georg that what to do with this. He's a little bit surprised, like, wait a second, just this one little move gives white so much stability. So now white is already settling to take because this is good and there is
I'm
no
thinking
clinch
maybe
on.
he could still go knight h5.
Really, yeah, and look f3.
Takes everything and go queen c8.
Oof, and then try to come from h3, yeah, but okay, this is very tough. And I have queen f1 in the pocket, I think, that I should be better at protecting things.
Potentially, yes.
At the end of the line, but okay, let's not get so far because probably for our audience it's very confusing and difficult. In any case, the queen protects the g1 square, and that's why now white is able to start threatening rook takes f3. This is the key motive for this position at the moment, and that's why black is unable to play knight h5 with a devastating effect. Yes, it might be a move, but
yeah, you don't really want to exchange the rooks, and you struggle to keep the tension here.
Exactly.
So this is the moment where Georg has to find how to continue kind of having his initiative for the pawn, because white is a pawn up. If things calm down, then he will have good chances to win.
Yes. Of course, one could argue that just takes and going knight h5 and then just sit, play then a5, and how will white make progress? But that's already a pleasant.
It's already a two-result position.
Yes,
then, yeah?
a pleasant problem. About the tournament, yeah, we are focused and we feel all the drama here, and I'm pretty sure that there are at least 10 more games, when not more. Yeah, Georg takes on f1, which has
and it seems to be a good move, which means that at least in the computer's eyes, this position can be held by just sitting, or at least I don't see any active continuation from here onwards.
Yeah, there is no direct. It's more like maybe it's a positional draw because white has trouble kicking that queen away. So basically then a5 is a systematic move in long run.
It is, yeah, but white has a dark squared bishop that can move around freely right now, yeah?
Yes, bishop g5 and then knight h5. Or bishop g5, knight h7, I don't know.
Maybe bishop d2, bishop e1.
Yeah, it is already kind of nice now for white that you know that you have solved all your big problems, and now the problem is how do I make progress? Parham is asked by many players, therefore photographs.
Parham with his trusty jacket. I think it is by now quite legendary.
A big fan favorite, Parham Maksodlu. I think he has won his game. He has already shown it last year here what he's capable of. Yeah, a5, bishop g5 blitzed out. Vincent knows that, first of all, asking this question, yeah, knight h7, the knight falls back to h7, thank you very much, then at least you are not hitting me, kicking me, so bishop d2
probably will also be played.
Will be played, and the big question is then how to make progress, yeah? You play knight f6 back.
Yeah, potentially there is no way to make progress, yeah, we don't know. But bishop e1, and if queen e3, queen f2, or otherwise bishop f2 is at least something that has to be considered.
That was exactly the line that I was also calculating there. Bishop d2, knight f6 is the logical continuation. Bishop e1.
The issue might be that we just still stand absolutely still, and after bishop f2 we just go back and trade the bishops.
Yes, but let's just show that, yeah, queen e3 was an idea, because then the desired bishop f2 is running into queen f3 check, winning for black. But then suddenly after queen e3, instead of bishop f2, there is queen f2, yeah, bishop d2 on the board. We might be seeing this line. I believe that knight f6, bishop e1 will most probably happen.
And then probably black will just play a pass move, yeah?
Yes.
Of any kind.
Knight f6 back.
Here, by the way, knight takes d5 is a tactical threat.
Yes. Also, one has to point out. However, there is bishop b3. You can go back.
There is also bishop h6, so it's all not as easy as one might think.
Yes.
But I think Vincent will just not allow it.
Yeah, yeah. With 1 minute on the clock, you don't want to think about such things.
Now, another quality of Georg is that he is generally very patient. So if he sees that here nothing needs to be done, then this is exactly what he will do. He will just sit there and play knight h5, knight f6 and until Vincent becomes desperate.
Yeah, Georg has been the #2 player for a very long time in Germany when Arkady Neidich was leading the national team, and Georg was sitting on the second board like a rock. In all the events, he was unmovable. Also in the Grenke tournament, he played many times. Bishop c1 played. Okay, Vincent is trying to set up a Zugzwang that please make a move. I don't want to make any committal decision yet.
I think we will just see something like bishop a7. It is in fact pretty close to being a Zugzwang, yeah, but not quite. Yeah? If bishop a7 wasn't an available move, then black would have to get tricky with king h7 or something. Yeah.
Yes, but king h7, bishop g5.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not so easy. King g8. You have to be very precise already.
Very precise. Yes. King g8, then bishop g5, knight h7, bishop h6. At least it's very nervy. Knight f6. Probably you can come back, but it's not what you want. So bishop a7 would be the systematic way of passing.
We see Georg, I don't know if you can interpret anything into his composure, but he always looks very, very relaxed.
But he's about to move the knight to h5. He is leaning towards the knight move. No, back to h7.
You see, this is like...
the systematic approach.
This is pure patience, yeah? He's just going to move back and forth while Vincent is doing the same.
Yeah, but I felt like this knight h7 move had an effect on Vincent that really you can afford this and I'm not going to make progress. Because by now, so Vincent knows that there is no danger on him.
I mean, he already knew that before when knight h7, knight f6 happened just now.
Of course. Of course, they're not.
Now the question is if he can actually get anywhere. And the issue is also when you are the side who's pushing, you're also the side who kind of has to come up with ideas, which Vincent has no time for. When you're just sitting there waiting for the ideas, it's easier to kind of to manage your time. Because you see that bishop c1 doesn't create a threat.
And down to 7 seconds.
Yeah, he's down
is
to a few.
No,
no, it probably is, right? Yeah, he's in time.
Yeah, he played with 2 seconds on the clock.
One more than you need. One more than you need, as many players have already shown.
Yes, no, don't do this. Don't do this to me. Because I'm hoping that the clock is wrong, but then I see it's correct and my heart stops. No. Oh, no.
Okay, he's playing bishop d3. I think we'll see knight f6.
And I'm just loving the way how Georg looks at the position like, okay, that's all you have? I have nothing to worry about.
He's absolutely calm.
Yes.
He knows that there isn't much of anything happening right now. Vincent can pretend all he wants, but there is no clear plan.
And the clock is ticking.
The clock is ticking again, yeah, you see.
Well, is there a plan? Is it completely clear? But it is, yeah? I wanted to play queen e1, preparing king f1, king e2 evacuation. It goes bishop g5, yeah, again with 2 seconds. Knight h7 blitzed out.
You want to evacuate, yeah, with queen e1.
Yes, but then queen g1 check, king e2 check, and then bishop f2, and I'm losing the g3 pawn, and maybe the game.
And this is exactly not the kind of decision you want to make with 2 seconds, yeah?
Yes, with 2 seconds not. Yeah, basically I need to fool around a little bit in order to be able to get at least 1.5 minutes.
What are you going to do? Yeah, going to play bishop b1 or something. You don't have too many moves that change the position in any way.
Yeah, now bishop e1 already runs into queen e3, so...
No, bishop b1, I said.
Yes.
I'm just suggesting moves that do nothing, yeah?
Yeah. No, I just wanted for the audience, because we already speculated in the other position that maybe bishop e1, bishop f2 is an idea, but now after queen e3, we don't have queen f2, because the bishop is hanging on d3, and bishop f2, queen f3 is better as well, because this we have already discussed before, nothing changes. Down to 10 seconds.
And we're back at it. Bishop c1.
Yes, soon also the players will have to watch out for threefold repetition position, yeah, just in case. It won't be so easy to keep track of that.
I think knight h7 is still very much possible.
Okay, because the bishop is on d3, so this is still kind of a fresh position. So it's no threefold repetition.
Maybe Georg is considering a4 and a3. Since the bishop now moved away.
Yeah. But should he?
Probably
should he just
not,
stick
yeah?
to,
Probably
he will stick to his stuff. He's very systematic. Yeah?
Yeah, you also see his clock isn't really going down.
Yes.
He will be able to sit on this position until Vincent comes up with any idea, if there is one.
Yeah, the danger is that whenever you start an idea, it will create serious counterplay and new motifs in the position. Yeah, Vincent shaking his head. Down to 6 seconds. Okay, make a move. Better to make a move than lose on time.
I believe this might be getting close to a threefold.
Yes. Okay, basically it means that when the position appeared after a5, this is exactly the position.
I believe this might have actually already been a threefold, but Georg, he's just confident in being able to hold here.
Not yet. I think not yet, but if one more time, then yes, because you see on move 41, he played bishop to d3, and only...
maybe the right to move is different, yeah? That is possible.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky stuff. But yeah, certainly Vincent has to watch out for. Bishop g5, knight h7. I'm rooting for Vincent, but I'm not even sure if it is such a bad thing if he falls into a threefold repetition, because if he will try to play for something and open some new front with all this nervous situation.
Yeah, you feel like you must do something. Your opponent can just sit and wait, but perhaps that's all you can do as well.
Yes, it might even not be such a bad thing.
I think he will repeat now in one way or another.
No, but I know Vincent, he will not repeat. That's why I'm worried. Exactly, that's why I'm worried. He will try to, he takes it as a challenge, as a prestige matter that, I'm pawn up, I should find something, but...
I mean, I think he will either play bishop e1 here, or he will just take the draw. There aren't really other options that I can see.
One can also see that he's extremely nervous.
Or he will flag, but I think he will play a move.
Yeah.
Well, it's decision time. Okay, we
Queen
see
e1.
Queen e1, okay.
Queen e1, so he gets out of the threefold repetition business because he wants to play for a win. Oh, my heart. I don't know. Because, yeah, it is kind of the idea that white would love to run away with the king, but then the g3 pawn is weak, so king f1. Okay,
let's say bishop a7, yeah?
Yeah, but he will insist on knight h7.
I'm not sure.
Not sure, yeah? Because now you mean that after queen e1 it's a new situation, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, for the first time it's new situation, yeah, that's absolutely true.
There are also moves like queen b5 to consider. because black isn't under any real pressure.
Yes, little touchy on the b2 pawn. Queen b5.
And you definitely don't want to move anything like b3 or b4.
Yeah, whenever this construction moves, I start to get very worried.
Yeah, the only plan probably would be to evacuate the king. If it was on c1 or something, white could play for a win, but that's a long way off.
Yeah, very long. And also this g3 pawn is so vulnerable. Yeah, whenever the king moves, it's also not clear if that is really a winning attempt or losing one.
Okay, we see Georg investing time.
Yes. I honestly have to say that I didn't see this coming. When Vincent played the move knight d2, then it seemed like rook hfc is coming. Maybe he relaxed too early, thinking like the job had been done, and then fell into this great concept by Georg. We should also mention that Georg is now representing Uruguay. He's playing on the top board.
Yep.
In Olympiads and everything, and yes, he's not very active. He only plays basically team competition and I think the Grenke festival, but he is active online and he's extremely strong. He has tremendous experience.
Yeah, we also see he's completely calm, no matter what the situation, and I'm not sure what Peter can read into this, but I think he's just kind of very focused on finding the best way to keep this this grip on the position.
Yes, it's true. Basically, there is not so much to read into, yeah, because he's a very systematic player. So, as long as he can rely on his setup, he will not be showing any emotions or any worry or whatever. But if the clock ticks down,
yeah,
then it will be a little tricky.
He has to play a move pretty soon.
He has to adjust to the new situation. And he moved queen b5, your move on the board. Queen b5, a very unpleasant move for white, because it kind of practically forces bishop to c1, yeah?
Yeah, but then he obviously can just go back.
Yeah, you can go back.
Yes, in a way, the bishop on d2 is probably better than on c1. Protects the queen in some cases.
Yes. Oh, and Vincent plays b3. So basically no more repetitions, everything starts from scratch.
Yeah.
Queen c5, bishop d3.
At the same time, though, he can never go back to queen f1, bishop c1.
Yes, because c3 pawn is vulnerable.
Maybe Vincent wants to go c4, but which feels awful, of course, but
Yeah.
potentially he has some kind of idea, like bishop d3, b4. I don't think it would ever work, though. I see a king move, yeah? King h2.
King h2.
Okay, so still kind of just doing nothing, yeah? Now I think Georg will go back to knight h7.
Played with 4 seconds. Yeah, chess is so tough. It's extremely tough with all the tension, with everything.
Now the players are also in real time trouble. They are both below 1 minute.
And it's an eternal time trouble.
Yeah, there is no getting out of this unless you play a sequence of very, very fast moves. No.
Knight h5, so suddenly an active move.
Yeah, probably doesn't change too much, but at least Vincent has to pay attention to ideas taking on g3 at some point.
Yeah, or queen f2 check, and then g3 pawn is falling. You have to.
It is probably too dangerous to go for this, but when you have 10 seconds, anything that occupies your mind is very dangerous.
Exactly. Okay, king g2, back to g2, no?
Vincent, play a move.
Bishop g5. So inviting queen f2. So he protected the h4 pawn, but Georg will probably say, no,
I think the point is he has bishop d1 there, so
yes.
he will never be in danger.
Even that line continues, but yes. All right.
I feel like Georg has no reason to go for it, yeah. He just goes
knight
back.
f6. But this is a little bit, then why did he play knight h5, yeah? It was the only active move that he changed his strategy, and...
Can Vincent consider taking at bishop d1 here? Or is that a dead draw?
Taking and bishop d1, yeah, and then hitting the g4 pawn, yeah? If something, then only this. But yeah, he's about to make something else. Make a move. But he missed that chance of taking on f6, yeah?
I'm not sure it would have done much because it might have just been a draw in some opposite colored bishop endgame, but...
Yes. But at least then certainly there are no chances Vincent ever losing that
No,
position,
okay, but
yes?
there's also no chance to lose this unless he actually overpresses, yeah?
Yeah, but he wants to overpress, yeah? He does not want to acknowledge that this is a positional draw.
Well, okay, then again, his options become more and more limited. He still has one pawn move for free, that is c4, to avoid repetitions, but at some point he will have to
Okay,
make some
but now with
decisions.
b3 he might feel like I have the luxury of repeating some more time because it's a completely new position.
No, I don't think he's really thinking this conceptually. He's just playing move by move right now. Let's see, will Georg go to h5 or h7?
Yes, downstairs we see some results.
Yes.
Actually, Kamalidanova beat Kartikayan. That dangerous position worked out for her.
What a day for her, yeah? Two out of 2 against 2,600 plus opponents.
Yes. Murzin won his game against Sorakidu. Tabatabai has won his game after playing this caveman h5, h4 business. and yeah, Mendonça won his game against Christopher Noe. Parham won. That was obvious when seeing his smiling face in the photo shoot.
Yeah, we will check the results once we see something major happen in this game.
Wow, so actually we are getting the information that Vincent's, Duda's and Nihal games are still all on. Vincent plays bishop b1.
And these are also the only games at the top that are still going.
And they are kind of next to each other.
They are, yeah?
It is board 4, 5 and 6. Aha, players are discussing.
I think does that look like a draw?
That looks like a draw. Nicholas and Duda.
Oh, we are seeing interesting moves now. Georg going queen a3.
Queen a3. Vincent let this happen, yeah?
Is that an attempt to push?
Or to force a draw.
I mean, when you're playing on 30-second increments, those two aren't too far apart.
Yes. Okay, bishop c2, nothing is happening, yeah? So you probably have to go back. That's why I was not worried so much.
Okay, that is one repetition. Yeah, Georg takes it.
Yeah.
He's back up to 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, queen c5.
Oh, actually, I think it's pointed, if we see the notation pointing out, this is a threefold, but he did not claim it.
And it is already the third time it is 3-4.
Yeah, because
no.
the very first position was after he just played b3. The pieces were in the exact same arrangement. But of course, it was almost 10 moves ago, so he just didn't notice.
No, but that is crazy, because b3 just happened. Then how can it be a 3-4 repetition? What is computer talking about?
No, b3 happened before. Then he played queen c5, which was the first time this position happened.
That first time,
happened
yes,
the second
exactly.
time, and now they repeat it once,
Yes,
but
yes.
effectively twice.
Yes, it is already now.
I don't know what...
Online, the game would end in a draw automatically.
Online,
no?
the game would end, yes. But here, I believe, unless a player claims it, there will not be a draw. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. King h1. Now Vincent is moving away from this repetition business.
I'm thinking he's still just kind of waiting around, but he's starting to kind of stretch what he's allowed to do. Because king h1 doesn't feel like it's improving the position in the slightest. Yeah, it doesn't carry any idea except kind of waiting for more time.
I also have the feeling like Georg is simply enjoying this position. He does not even want to claim a draw. Of course, if it will be clear repetition that, okay, it's threefold repetition back and forth, yes, but he's not studying the score sheet or whatever that, or he's using the poker face. He knows that next time we reach this position, I'm going to stop the clock because it's guaranteed a threefold repetition or even more.
Yeah, I think you can. Vincent kind of did outplay him earlier, but I think it will be very hard for him to outlast Georg in this kind of competition.
Yeah, Georg is
Yeah, just knight h7, knight f6, yeah?
in his element, yeah.
As I said, I think by now, half an hour ago, he will just play knight h7, knight f6 until Vincent becomes desperate.
Yeah, we know Georg very well.
And you see, he's back up to 3 minutes. He's ready for whatever Vincent throws his way. And I think there isn't much Vincent can really do here.
And Vincent, every time is down to a few seconds when he makes his move, yeah, king g2, so it's not a threefold because it is black to move. At this very moment, what? Georg does not care. He just
I think he also realized that the knight wasn't supposed to go to h5, so he's sticking to the h7, f6 routine.
Yes, it was a very smart knight h7, knight f6 maneuver. Why to change it?
I'm wondering, is he considering something else? Or is there something, is he worried about king f1 here? Because if anything, white would be ready to go for king f1 in this situation after knight h7. Yeah.
Yes, and now he plays bishop
That's why
h7.
he keeps it.
Yes.
He
Your
keeps the knight
move
on.
that you were calling out for such a long time.
Yeah, no, he just waited until it became necessary, yeah, because generally the knight on f6 is better than on h7, yeah? So
Yes.
if white is ready with king f1, he has to wait this way. I'm not sure if he actually does, yeah, maybe queen g1, queen g2, bishop f2 still works, but the knight is definitely better off on f6. We see bishop g5. And they're
new
switching.
score sheet.
New score sheet, new
This
luck.
is one of the worst thing. Yeah, I just hate it. Yeah, when suddenly after move 60 you get a new score sheet and then you have to start writing 61 and all this kind of stuff. And you are in the heat of the battle. Yeah, that it's very constant. I like to also fill out the names again. Yeah, just so that I understand that I'm playing the same game.
And Georg calmly continuing knight h7. He's saying, we've been here before. It's all right.
What a solid construction it is. Yeah. It is famous. Yeah, this dark square bishop, this pawn structure beautifully blocks white's pawn structure, and the bishop on c2 is a horrible piece. That's the problem.
No, we see some very
Bishop
curious
d8.
Okay.
He's trying to use that this was not available before. Is
Yes.
Georg falling out of his chair or not? That's the big question.
I would assume he does not fall out of his chair.
Doesn't, yeah?
Yeah. But Vincent, actually, he should have 35 seconds, yeah, because you always get the increment.
Yeah, of course. But computer is so shocked by this bishop d8. Guys, what is happening? This was not available before.
Does he play knight f6 and allow taking again?
Well, but knight f6 also invites queen f1 when you have to go back, and it like, then why did you play knight f6 here, yeah?
Yeah.
It's a bit tricky. Psychologically, probably, otherwise it doesn't make any difference at all, but... And by the way, knight f6 I can again take and play bishop d1.
Yeah, I was thinking that perhaps here it's not so easy because the b3 pawn is loose. And honestly, I feel like the opposite card bishop endgame is just a draw there.
Even with queen e3 you force then bishop d2.
Yeah, and then I force bishop d2,
yes,
put the bishop on b4 and just
yes.
sit. But I think this is not what is worrying Georg. He might be thinking more about queen f1. Yeah, this game is about to enter some new stage, because Vincent will, once he got this bishop d8, he will not go back.
Yes.
Do we see knight f6? I think we see knight f6, yeah.
Knight f6 on the
We
board.
will probably see a fast queen f1 because there is no risk to it.
And again, the computer doesn't like it, but this bishop takes f6, king f6, bishop d1 business, and then hitting the g4. Anyway, Vincent has to go for it, because otherwise he's stuck with 3-4 repetitions.
I mean, he isn't really, he can never repeat with the bishop on d8. Yeah, the bishop can't even go back for now.
Yeah, that is true, but we know that the clock was not right. Vincent
He could just go bishop
35.
d3 and ask the question, what is the next move? He played some
Queen
yeah, he played
f1.
queen f1, yeah.
Played queen f1.
Okay, knight h5 or knight h7? Knight h5 already, bishop e7 might be very
Yes,
scary.
no,
yeah?
no, of course, no, you don't do this. Knight h7.
I'm not sure, because there isn't a real threat, yeah? Even queen f8, king h7 is still...
Ah, you mean that you just take on c3 and play for a win?
I mean, it is...
Yeah, and he goes knight h5.
He goes knight h5, yeah?
He goes knight h5.
Because white isn't the only one who has some ideas. Yeah, c3 is hanging and...
Yeah, okay, he needs to play queen e1 back, and after knight f6, chop it off. He needs to chop it off. And then if that is a draw, it is a draw.
Is that what he's doing, though? I'm not sure that's what he's doing.
But queen e3 is a big threat. Yes,
Okay, he
queen
goes
e1
back.
Only. Only the lonely.
I think Georg might be tricky enough, though, to go for something like king g8 here. Because he doesn't want to allow this anymore.
But okay, king g8, Vincent comes back with bishop to g5.
I don't think he does. I think he just psychologically doesn't.
No,
he
but
goes
he
knight
goes
f6.
knight f6. Okay, this is a new stage. I don't know. I would take this and okay, draw, but at least I can play. It's a new position. Here I'm stuck. I cannot make anything. There are always these mating patterns, no time. If it's a dead draw, yes, but it is still takes bishop d, and I'm eliminating this powerful g4 pawn.
What did he
Vincent
play?
played bishop d1. Bishop d1. Okay, Vincent has nerves of steel. Sorry, I cannot take this anymore. I mean, instead of bishop takes f6 and then bishop d1, and I would be quietly sitting here, enjoying the last minutes.
E4 is clearly can be taken, and he has to have an idea of what will happen afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the justification of the piece sacrifice on e4. However, Vincent wants to eliminate the g4 pawn.
I think this forces some kind of resolution here, yeah, because Georg can no longer sit and wait.
Yes, he's about to take on e4. Then bishop takes g4. All the kids are ready for autographs, hunting.
Which game was that? Is that?
That we don't know.
That was an off-stage game.
Yeah, knight takes e4 played. Maybe Nihal, yes. Nihal drew.
Nihal made a draw, okay.
Yes. against Chopin.
All right, so this is the last relevant game going on at the top.
Knight takes e4. Okay, this, and he plays c4.
Wow.
Wow, yes, he's pushing it. He's pushing it.
Absolutely, yeah. You have to be very confident here to play this kind of move.
Basically, I just feel like Vincent thinks draw is not an option. Yeah, it's a knockout, World Cup, whatever.
Yeah, you are in an absolute must-win situation.
Must-win situation, yes.
Something like Queen d4 even starts becoming a move here.
It was Knight f2. This is, what is this Knight f2? Knight this, wow, it's a confusing
I mean,
move.
anything that is a tempo at this point might be good, yeah?
Yeah, and protecting the g4 pawn.
Yeah, bishop e2, queen e3 can suddenly become very
Yes.
dangerous.
No, but why did we go for this?
Like this is no longer a 2-result game, yeah? This is absolutely a 3-result game.
Yes, bishop c2, and then also black has many possibilities. Bishop c2. Georg is about to play what exactly? He was. Yeah, a4 breaks the
A4,
structure.
wow.
Yes, it is so easy enough to play with black.
If Georg actually manages to not lose a pawn out of this whole operation, then he will just start playing for a win. No?
Yes. No, this is extremely dangerous for Vincent. This was the scenario I was afraid of. He can simply lose with few seconds on the clock. Things are out of control, very easy to collapse. If he can somehow survive this, Queen a5, yeah, already it's losing according to the computer. Queen e3, Queen c7, King g8.
Is that a clean? That looks like a clean mate.
That is a mate, yeah, and look at this. Georg thinks like, okay, that's it. But I sensed it, yeah, it was clear that there is just no way to play. If you play for a win, you have to take on f6 and play bishop d1. That's the only way. You cannot play for a win like this.
Let's see. He's thinking. He has 30 seconds.
Yeah, he will play queen e3. It's clear. He's just double, triple checking.
I mean, it is a very straightforward line, yeah.
Yeah, just queen
Maybe
e3.
there's queen e3, bishop f6. That isn't that a draw?
Ah, wow, then bishop f6 still draws. That would be insane if that would. He played a3. What is a3?
Huh?
Now bishop f6 check, and this is mate. Bishop f6 check. But does Vincent see this? Because then we are giving checks and bishop takes g6.
Yeah, it is the idea.
He has to see bishop f6. Incredible. Bishop f6 only move.
No, he played something else.
No, he plays queen a4. No.
What is going on?
Okay, they are very nervous, very tense. Things are completely out of control.
Georg also 30 seconds now. What does he even play? Like queen d7 still a big threat.
It's a big threat, yeah. Now it's also for Georg horrible situation.
I think he has to play something like knight e4 or knight d3. And then it's only a perpetual.
Yes.
Maybe? I'm not even sure. Knight e4, I think.
Yes, he's about to.
He played knight e4.
Queen d7.
And knight e4 is actually correct, yeah, it seems.
It is correct.
He has to cover the f6 square.
But I'm kind of shocked that Vincent did not find bishop f6, because after queen e3, that was the only way, no, to.
I am still not sure what the win was for black here.
Wow, king h6.
And this is losing to bishop g5, I assume? Strictly only move?
Wow, but it's completely wild, crazy situation. Vincent is looking at it. Does he believe? Because, okay, he doesn't have a choice.
He absolutely doesn't. There's queen d8, queen h8, queen h4 after bishop g5. He just mates.
Wow, it's mate.
Yeah, it's mate. It's forced mate.
It's mate. Unbelievable. He has to spot queen. But look at, he's shaking his head. Does he see the queen d8?
Of course, he sees this. Yeah, this is too straightforward.
Okay, this will be completely crazy. But his body language doesn't signal that he sees it.
Okay, queen d8, and it's over, yeah?
Okay, good that he's taking his time. Maybe he spotted something, because if he had
No,
seen the mate, he would have blitzed
mate
it
in
out.
3, yeah? Mate in
But
3.
that's it, yeah, queen
Bye-bye.
d8. Oh my God, what was this? What was this? Complete heartbreak. Yeah, Vincent cannot believe, shaking his head. Oh my God, what we have just witnessed. Actually, it will be very interesting to check it, that what will happen there later when things calm down.
Quite an unbelievable time trouble finish here. They put a draw,
No,
but
yes,
it's not a draw.
arbiter
Yeah?
put the arbiter was also so nervous that he put the king on e5. Put it on d5, my friend. Oh no. And the players don't even realize, because there was so much going on. It is just unbelievable. It's impossible to keep calm.
Yeah.
Did the arbiter actually understood that white won the game, or he thinks that it was perpetual? And
I think the arbiter didn't understand. No, he just saw the players kind of looking at each other, and it was over.
Yes.
Yeah, but
yes, no, now it's
Vincent
corrected at least.
Yeah.
that- No, it's, oh my God. This is just absolutely insane.
Yes.
And we have to check it. We really have to check it, because, okay, we owe it to the audience, we owe it to ourselves as well, if we have covered it to such extent that what was the winning move after this queen a5 business? Because, okay, queen a5,
Yeah, queen e3, bishop f6 is definitely not good.
well, can he just take and then push a3? Is
Probably,
this,
that might be it, but bishop b1.
then bishop b1, knight d3, and
Ah,
somehow
knight
like
d3,
this.
bishop d2.
Yeah,
and-
let's analyze
yeah.
it. Yeah, let's take a look. First of all, let us highlight that after queen e3, which seemingly wins because of queen f3 check, then you spotted this fantastic kind of perpetual check. And that's why I'm kind of shocked that if really the defense after queen e3 was bishop f6 check, that means that it had to be on the radar of Vincent.
Yeah.
Or did he really think, like, after e3, queen a4, I already cannot lose because I have perpetual check, so why should I? Bishop f6 in his mind was a perpetual check idea.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, let's just show that, yeah, black cannot play king h6 because of bishop g5 check. That's why black is kind of forced to take. Then we give a check. And, okay, for example, king f7, queen d7, king f8, queen d8 check. And it is clear perpetual because king h6, queen f8 is not a winning attempt. So
Yeah, let's go back to, instead of queen e3.
instead of queen e3, that what happens if we just trade the queens? Yeah, and this would have been winning. Takes, takes, and a3. Vincent, okay, yes, we have to set you up. 1 second, hard attack, everything. Oh my God, that I survived. No, this was the craziest things I've seen. Oh my God. Okay, it ended well, but it's crazy. And we are just looking at what would have happened if he trades the queens and then pushes a3 and it's over, basically. Whew. Whew. And we are having Vincent in our studio. Very soon we will set him up and he can explain everything that happened here. What a game it was. This got out of control. But yeah, I will even already prepare the mouse for you that you navigate and you say as much as you want. Wait a second. Oof. Yeah. Okay, I
Yeah,
think you are
so-
ready. So first of all, welcome to the studio. Congratulations for this incredible dramatic situation. I think it was just such a small margin that we are not having Georg here in the studio explaining, wow, what happened, Vincent went crazy, wanted to win at all cost, and I punished him. But yeah, go ahead, tell us what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. I felt like I played a very good opening, and then like out of the opening, I've got such a nice position. I mean, it felt like this f5 should be good for me, but he had some counterplay. But I was very happy that I found this h4, rook h3, and then also knight d2, knight e2, like everything seemed to work very nicely. Yeah, maybe just to show why this rook on h3 is kind of important. It's for those kind of lines that here I always need f6 ideas and to have that rook ready, like for example like this. And yeah, I mean, then here, once we reach this position, I think it should be completely winning for me. Maybe I'm like misevaluating, but I felt that, I mean, the position is clearly winning, and still those moves I also felt are fine. You know, I'm trying to get my rook from h3 some squares, knight is better here, rook to f1. Everything seemed reasonable, and I mean, okay, this is the position.
Yes.
Not to win this it's kind of crazy. I mean, there should be so many ways to be much better or even winning, but exactly what I chose, I think it was okay, but
You couldn't have just sidestepped with the king, or it was not possible?
King h1, rook f7.
Rook f7, yeah. And then if knight h7 comes, then it's a new game.
It's a weird thing that, I mean, of course I can always try to just pin. I mean, go knight d2. Yeah, probably that's what I should do, and just pin him.
And then
yeah,
you will
okay,
move
we'll
the
go
king.
a4, bishop
Yes.
b3, king h1, anything. I mean, I'm strategically much better. I'm dominating on the squares. His king is weak. He's in that pin. Of course, the position is very bad. I kind of underestimated that this is even a game, because yeah, just bishop c6, and his move queen b8 was very strong. I believe that was kind of.
Did you actually maybe relax after knight d2?
No,
Not at
I
all?
still felt that. I mean, the problem is that I have this stupid bishop on g5. So as we saw in the game, I mean, of course he's smart. He went for rook f8 followed by rook e8, and now there's the threat of knight h7. And if he gets that bishop, I mean, anyway, I will be much better. But he can play. Actually, there was an idea of going b4, rook e8, and c5 to try and get rid of the pin that way. I mean, okay, he cannot take, but bishop b7, and
I was actually deep inside me, was hoping for
yeah,
some
I mean, I
scenario
should go
like
for
this.
a position like this, which
Yes.
I mean, of course, it has to be pretty much winning. Maybe c4 I probably cannot do, but there are so many threats. Also, bishop b3, actually, yeah, that's also possible. I mean, it's just a great position overall. But yeah, I felt that this is kind of very nice, but then how to win it? I mean, it's not as simple as I thought it was, and he found some
This queen
interesting
c8,
idea.
yeah? Queen c8, queen c5.
Oh, at first I didn't understand what was going on, but then this, I mean, even here I still didn't really realize that I would be completely stuck. Maybe I should go king h2, but yeah, Engine already suggests it's fine at this point. So,
yeah, here I was already getting
here
the heart attack.
I just have to make a draw. Yeah. But it's so sad that even here, I mean, black has absolutely no active plan, but he's just in time with a5, because of course if I get bishop g5, bishop d2, b4, I will easily win the game. But I just cannot get rid of this battery, and yeah, basically what...
There was a question. Did you actually realize that at one point it was 3-4 repetition, the computer would have stopped the game?
Yeah, it was, I mean...
You didn't mind, or...?
Not that much anymore, because I realized that probably he doesn't have, like... But also from his point of view, it doesn't make sense to check for 3-4, because he is defending comfortably, and if he checks, he will use all of his time, and that's...
Yes, but if you don't mind the draw, then I have one question. You had twice the option of taking bishop takes f6 and bishop d1.
But it's the same as
taking
offering
the
a draw, yeah.
No, why?
Okay, even queen e3, even with 2 points up, this is a dead
but
draw.
can we just check it? Because first of all, to show our audience, it was possible twice when he went knight h5.
So let's say here, yeah?
Yes, then you even had it on better circumstances, but okay, it doesn't matter the tempo, I guess. Yeah, takes, bishop takes g4, bishop d2, c4, bishop b4, and we kind of concluded that it should be a draw, but if just 2 moves before, it could have been a c4.
Okay, but this is the same as 3-4, no? I mean, it's like 0 chance of winning this. It's a full fortress. I mean, I have no chance.
I don't know, but no, you push the pawn to g5,
yes, king
and
to
then
g7.
bishop d7, king g4, bishop e8, bishop take g6, h5. I don't know if it, but at least I would be extremely happy. Vincent is actually, let's put it on the board. Isn't this winning? if you get that, maybe you will be able to g4, g5 is a
Yes,
draw.
yes, I think.
Yeah, but let's just show this because it's instructive for
I think
a second.
basically whenever white pushes g4, I'll push g5.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I will
that-
go king g7
Yes, that I...
and put the king on h6, and now I'm ready that whenever g4 is happening, I will go g5. So I will just sit. So, and I guess this is not really
Yeah, this is
doing the
not...
trick.
Yeah, this is not the
So,
winning attempt. For this, I need the pawn to g5.
Yeah, but otherwise there's no real winning
Yeah,
attempt.
g4,
Because-
g5.
I mean,
yeah.
here, even if the king enters, I think it's just... Oh wait, this is winning?
There are some chances here. No,
Ah,
but-
king to b5 and
and
c5.
c5.
Okay.
Okay, can you imagine me sitting here and then instead of this, you go for a losing line? I thought like,
Yes, no,
oh
no,
my
this
God,
is-
this is just completely, because you tried so many things, you were frustrated, you were down to 2 seconds at least 15 times when you made your last move.
Yeah, no, I mean, here I just went back and forth. I didn't really find... And that, I don't know, he gave me this bishop d8, and I felt that maybe now there's something, but of course it's
Yeah,
just-
exactly, because you can take on f6 and
Yes.
play, and you have improved king g2 version.
Yes, again, I should do that.
You have to do that, yeah. Okay, and then please tell us the craziness when things got
Yeah.
out of control.
No, I mean,
Once a4 was on the board, I thought, that's it, you are losing the game. What was your
I
feeling?
completely missed knight f2. That's all there is to say. I mean, at first I thought that maybe I can try to go for something like this. And okay, this king is a little weak, so I mean, queen f7 is a move, but at least I can take a5. But then I saw that there's knight
Knight
e4, and I don't
It's
know. If
tricky,
you have
yeah.
zero, like basically no time, queen e2 is coming. I cannot take a pawn. I don't have any clear move. I felt, okay, c4 might be smart, and okay, knight f2 is
The cold
big
shower,
shock.
yeah.
I mean, actually, how do I even survive this?
Well, bishop c2 was still, but basically bishop c2 a4, and I think it's practically it's over.
This?
I have no idea.
Nope. But
But queen a5 was the...
I mean, queen c1 probably. Yeah.
No, okay, I think it's humanly just impossible.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
here it's.
It's impossible to play, so let's just show after queen a5 what went through your mind, because you played it, it was...
No, actually, I thought queen e3 is winning.
yeah, and then what was
Yeah,
your
I missed
defense?
bishop f6.
Ah, you missed-
I
yeah.
thought I'm losing. I thought I would.
Yes,
I'm just done.
I could see on your
Because
body language.
like I thought I was trying to make king h2 work, but he's just putting knight e4 and that's it. So,
Yes.
Yeah, I only saw it when I entered the studio that bishop f6 actually by miracle should survive.
Because the
game.
point is that after he played a3 instead of queen e3, bishop f6 wins. And we were thinking like, okay, if you have spotted queen e3, bishop f6 draw, then after a3, of
Wait,
course you
here
play
it's
yeah,
winning?
bishop f6 and it's mate. Yeah, check and queen d7 and bishop g6.
Wow. Okay, that's crazy. I mean, actually, I mean, if you say, okay, find the win, I will find in 10
Of
seconds. But I was so happy that I even had. I mean, first,
Queen a4, yes.
I didn't even consider a3. So I was just trying to find the defense after queen e3. Then a3 came, and I was like, okay, at least I'm not done on the spot. And I was so happy that I found queen a4. And then I thought, of course, yeah, okay, that finally now I will manage to make a draw. But even here, I thought, okay, I will make a draw, queen e7.
I saw
easy.
it on your face, yes.
And then I realized, wait, but I can also give queen d8 check. So, oh wait, queen d8 check, I'm winning with the mate on h4. So this is
yes,
one of the
absolutely.
luckiest wins in a long time. I mean,
Yes, and then one question that, so if instead of king h6 he plays king g8, then it's a draw, or,
I think so,
what
yes.
was the, yeah, because there was so much, let's just show our audience that, so black can just go back
I
to
mean
the
anywhere,
king.
I guess. Yeah.
Yes, back to the back rank and then queen e8 and
Yeah.
perpetual.
I just give perpetual. Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
I'm happy to give perpetual. Let's.
Of course. Yeah, and then
I mean,
let's to finalize everything, because we had no time to show after a3. Instead of a3, queen takes a3 was winning according to the computer.
Where?
Did you, here after queen a5, that he could have traded on a5, that did you at all consider this, that takes a3, and what happens?
No, a3 didn't even cross my mind. This whole idea.
You were so worried about getting checkmated, right?
Yeah, I mean,
But yeah, let's just show that bishop b1,
I completely lost
and
control.
then probably knight d3 is the move. I was just speculating myself, but so like maybe,
But knight d3 is kind of brutal. Yeah?
I think knight d3 wins or not. Okay, this is what happens with this evil bar. Every move that I suggest to human, it's a mistake.
But why?
It's completely crazy.
I mean, it does seem reasonable. b4 maybe. Yeah.
b4 and then bishop c7, b5. Okay, and then what was the winning move instead of knight d3?
Well, also, at least the good thing is for me, I have to play bishop b1, and then I will just
Exactly.
wait for his move.
Yes.
So wait, knight d1?
Yeah, knight d1 is
D1, I guess.
similar idea. Yeah, probably this is the one. Because now you can't play b4 due to knight c3.
Right, so, but actually, what's the threat? You just...
Maybe just slowly.
Bishop b6?
Yeah, with few seconds on the clock, of course, also with black, it is extremely difficult
Nope.
to... No, bishop b6
No, I
is
mean,
not-
there was... I mean,
Yes,
it's
something
not
was winning.
completely over,
I
right?
mean, bishop d4. How does bishop d4 work?
Probably this is just lost, no? Yeah.
This is lost.
Because I have this stupid g3 pawn.
Yes.
That's gone. And you just
Oof.
push e4 and bishop e5, and then I'm done.
That's it. Wow.
Okay, but it was difficult. But
It
I
was
mean,
difficult, yes.
getting into a lost position after, I mean, let's just go back to
Yes.
the
Let's
position
enjoy the
I
position,
had
yes?
before, yeah?
Yes.
Like if we go back to here, I mean, this is the position I had, and that's where I ended up. That's, I mean, it really shouldn't happen, even though there's only 30 seconds increment and we don't have anything after move 40, but that is just, it shouldn't even happen in bullet, right? So, I mean, it's like,
Yeah, but in general,
it's full
it's-
control here, and
It's a brutal format, yeah, that once you get down to this 30 seconds and it's a complicated position, how do you navigate with your
Yes, but
heart and everything?
I have here 24 minutes in a completely winning
Yeah,
position.
here,
I
yes.
shouldn't get to that moment where I have to make those
Yes.
precise moves. So I think, yeah, just go knight d2, rook r3. It's like you can make this move in 1 minute, and then you play, and then, okay, black is the one who's in big trouble. I mean, even I can go king h1 in the next move. There's like bishop b3 ideas. It's just so safe. And,
Yeah, you will anyway have to have a rest, but before I let you go, then if you are already here, please tell us a little bit about the atmosphere, about the tournament. How do you enjoy? What does the spectators mean to you, all the fans?
I mean, being here is a real joy. Karlsruhe is also a special place for me, of course, but also the tournament itself. So many players, so many spectators, this festival atmosphere, you can really feel it. And it's, I mean, it's something special for us and for me, because normally in top tournaments you don't have that. Like, it's more of a, you know, distant atmosphere. And here, of course, there are also some issues with that. You don't have this 100% focus at all times, but that's part of the tournament. And I think it's a great event, and always, you know, I'm really enjoying playing here.
Yeah, and what about the double runs? How do you feel? Physically, it's fine. Just don't do a game like this. That's your feeling?
Yeah, no, double rounds are fine. If I wake up early enough, then I'm okay. So that's the only issue. That, of course, it's quite early, but I mean, you know, since we don't have to prepare, I don't feel like it's so bad. That's the trade-off, and I think a quite good trade-off. I mean, if we played double rounds in the classical portion, I think that's really, really tough. But here, you know, you just basically, you just have to play, eat, sleep, and relax. That's all you have to do. So, yeah, I mean, it's crazy that in all of my 3 games, I always played a very good opening and then made some very stupid things. So, you know, I'm hoping to keep the good level in the start and then maybe make a few more less mistakes in the after game.
Yes, because actually the big difference is also after a game like this, after a day like this, if it would be classical chess, it would mean that tonight the pairings would be out and you would have to start monitoring your opponent, what kind of openings, and it's very difficult to calm down. Now you can just forget about it, try to have a good rest. That's what we are wishing for you. And thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it very much. Guys, that was it for today. Thank you very much for joining. Let me show you the results. Vincent, you can already leave. Thank you very much, Vincent. And let's take a look at the results. Magnus Carlsen has won. Yeah, we have seen that was also a very interesting battle. Jan Nepomniachtchi crushed Luc van Wely. Niemann punished Bortnik's extravagant play with h4, h5. Don't do that against Hans Niemann. I think that's the message of that game, the lesson. Niklas Huschenbeth held Jan-Krzysztof Duda to a draw, or maybe we should say Jan-Krzysztof Duda was able to secure a draw because Niklas was the one who was pushing. Vincent had the most dramatic game of all. Today, crazy, I have given up. I already felt like, okay, that's it, ambulance is coming, heart attack, and so on. Finally ended with some big happiness. Kasper Chopin is an incredibly strong player, drew with Nihal Sarin. I think we'll be hearing more and more about him. Abdusattorov delivered against Sergei Movsesyan, and Vladimir Fedosiev has also won. So all the top guns are actually marching to draws. Those who made the draws, that's not the end of the world, 3.5 points, and here 2.5 points out of 3. And here we see the cross table, the standings after round 3. So many great players on 3. These are all the players, only 18 players on perfect scores, which means that tomorrow we will have some crazy pairings. I already forgot all the names, but all of them looked extremely strong. So we will continue our show 10 o'clock in the morning. Well, the game starts 10 o'clock. We will try to be 9:45, 9:50. Forgive me for being a little bit late. It's also for us commentators not easy to recharge and be in time. So today also we started a couple of minutes later. It was basically due to my fault. But yeah, we will try to give everything to cover all the action. Stay with us. Follow the Grenke Chess Festival. What a day it was, and it is only day 2, and still 6 more rounds to go with crazy stellar pairings. Thank you very much for watching. Good rest, everyone, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.